Commission. Former Commission Chairman Thomas Kane and Vice Chairman Lee Hamilton explain their suggestions on balancing civil rights and national security. We also hear from family members of several people killed on 9/11. This is about 4.5 hours.
A quorum being present, the Subcommittee on National Security, Emerging Threats, and International Relations hearing entitled 9/11 Commission Recommendations, Balancing Civil Liberties and Security is called to order. The final report of the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States gave us the first comprehensive and objective analysis of what went so tragically wrong that day almost 5 years ago. The Commission unanimously called for a reevaluation of the fundamentals of defending the homeland. The 9/11 Commission, as it is commonly called, provided the nation with 41 recommendations addressing issues such as homeland security and emergency response, intelligence and congressional reform, and foreign policy and non-proliferation. 17 months after their report was issued, Governor Kane and former Representative Hamilton asked, "Are we safe?" Their answer, "We are safer, but we are not safe enough." Today, we are safer for two reasons. We are safer because the men and women of our armed forces and intelligence agencies and all those who serve in our foreign affairs posts are taking the fight to the terrorists. We are also safer because Congress has provided new and stronger authority to the executive branch to protect us at home. For example, the Director of National Intelligence was created to coordinate efforts of the intelligence community, and a National Counterterrorism Center was established to integrate and analyze all intelligence pertaining to terrorism and counterterrorism. However, when the federal government takes on a stronger and more proactive role to protect its citizens, the issue of civil liberties has the potential to become a casualty. The authors of the 9/11 Commission report foresaw such a possibility, recognized its dangers, and sought to guard against it by including civil liberties protections through the establishment of a Civil Liberties Board. Congress followed the advice of the 9/11 Commission, seeking to balance the fine line between civil liberties and security. When the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004 strengthened the security of our nation, it also established the White House Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. Unfortunately, the authority of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board will not be as effective as originally proposed, because the legislation which created the board does not provide it with subpoena power, and the board investigations can be, believe it or not, vetoed by the U.S. Attorney General. The board needs strong powers to engage in effective oversight. The power to subpoena records and witnesses from outside the government is as crucial as is its independence. Last month, Congressman Carolyn Maloney and I introduced H.R. 5017, ensuring implementation of the 9/11 Commission Report Act. The legislation would require executive branch agencies to certify progress made implementing and enacting 9/11 Commission recommendations. Included in the legislation is language that will strengthen the White House Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, providing it with subpoena power and greater independence. Issues of the past year have highlighted the value of the 9/11 Commission's foresight and also the importance of creating strong legislation that will balance security and civil liberties. We must protect our civil liberties because if we do not, the terrorists will clearly have won. At the same time, we must protect our citizens. We owe nothing less to the victims of 9/11, the families of the fallen, and the citizens of the United States of America. The committee members thank all the witnesses for taking the time to appear before us today, including Governor Kane and Congressman Hamilton. And we want to especially thank, once again, the 9/11 families who continue and continue and continue and continue to ask the difficult question, are we safe enough? The Chair at this time would, with great respect, recognize Mr. Kucinich, the ranking member of this committee.
I thank the Chair, and I thank the Chair for calling this hearing, and thank the witnesses for being here and for their service to our country. I think it's important to begin a hearing like this by stating the obvious. When we make a reference to our troops serving to protect this country, and we have the 9/11 Commission leaders in front of us, I think it's important to state for the record that Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. That was not necessarily the charge of the Commission to come to that conclusion. But I think that as we start to extrapolate on matters of security and matters of civil liberties, we need to go right back to first things. First things first. In Iraq right now is in and of itself a violation of international law. Any security problems we have in this country that are tied to Iraq have to be put squarely on the backs of the administration. So I want to thank the Chairman for holding this hearing. I can think of no more important issue than ensuring the constitutional rights and fundamental freedoms of all American citizens are safeguarded. Mr. Chairman, Congress surely had the protection of civil liberties in mind when it passed the 2004 Intelligence Reform Act, creating the Privacy and Civil Liberties Board and the position of Civil Liberties Protection Officer. Yet it seems that this administration...
I'd like to point out to the gentleman that the mic was not on, and if he wants to repeat any, could all of you hear the first part of what he said?
Oh, I'll repeat it.
No, I appreciate it.
I would hate for anyone not to have heard what I said.
No, I just want to apologize to him. We have a button here that was not on, and it was on. Was it on when I spoke?
Was it on when the Chairman spoke?
Anyway.
Well, you know, see, Mr. Chairman, coming from Cleveland, when I was mayor, the council used to shut my mic off, so I just kept speaking. So I didn't know the mic wasn't on. But I would happily ask the chair if he wanted to make some remarks so you could go on the record.
No, we're on the record.
Okay. Once again, Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. And if we're going to start talking about security and then from there talk about the protection of civil liberties in that context, I think it's important that we establish a ground of meaning. And since the 9/11 report focused mostly on the domestic matters, and since we have the two distinguished gentlemen in front of us, I think it's important to remember that we're in Iraq based on lies. And it's quite possible that what issues from that is going to continue to be a lie. The Bible says that which is crooked cannot be made straight. We may be in such a condition with respect to Iraq and all the policies that flow from it. Nevertheless, Mr. Chairman, Congress surely had the protection of civil liberties in mind when it passed the 2004 Intelligence Reform Act, creating the Privacy and Civil Liberties Board and the position of Civil Liberties Protection Officer. Yet it seems that this administration doesn't feel the same way. To the White House, the civil liberties of Americans just aren't a very high priority. They're viewed as an inconvenience. When the Bush administration increasingly snoops into the lives of Americans, from monitoring library records to eavesdropping on our phone calls to collecting data on our travel records with virtual impunity, this administration shows that it pays lip service to the protection of our privacy and civil liberties. Why else has there been delay after delay in establishing the Privacy and Civil Liberties Board? Why did they wait more than 15 months to appoint the 5 members of the board? Why has the board had to struggle with issues of budget, staff support, office space? According to the ACLU, the board, quote, only gives the illusion of oversight without doing anything real. I believe this administration does not want this board to succeed, is dragging its feet. And it tells us that it will only follow the letter of the law, not the spirit. The board has no authority to carry out its mission. It is still, according to the Los Angeles Times, a paper tiger. The Board has no subpoena power, and any request by the Board for federal documents can be vetoed by the Attorney General of the United States. The Board does not have to hold public hearings or issue any public material aside from the annual report to Congress. Tellingly, Americans only learned of the Board's initial meetings this year through a press release issued after the meetings took place. Clearly, the Board, as it currently operates, cannot be viewed as either independent or effective. Mr. Chairman, I hope that this Board can get its act together and fulfill the responsibilities that the 9/11 Commission and Congress envisioned for it. We should not act hypocritically or compromise when it comes to our nation's founding principles. These are the very freedoms and democratic values that we espouse to other nations to embrace and for which, allegedly, we're sending our young men and women in the military all over the world to protect. Mr. Chairman, I think it would be great if we could work together to send a request to the White House. I'd like to see the subcommittee get all transcripts and meeting notes from the White House Privacy and Civil Liberties Board and would ask that we subpoena those if necessary. It's vital that Congress performs its oversight duties over such an important body and ensures that the Board acts in the best interest of every American, not just those of the White House. I want to thank Governor Keane. I want to thank Congressman Hamilton for their leadership during the 9/11 investigation process and through their efforts in the 9/11 Discourse Project to enact reforms suggested by the Commission. I want to welcome the members of the 9/11 families who are here today and applaud their efforts to ensure that civil liberties are protected. One final note. When we speak of setting up a Civil Liberties Board, you would think that that ought to be actually the business of the United States Congress, and it should be the business of the courts. When you come forward and set up a structure after the fact that's somehow supposed to monitor to make sure our constitutional rights are protected, and then the administration frustrates the actions of that commission, go back and ask the first question. Why is this administration not taking the Constitution of the United States into account when it designs security for this country? Why has it determined that it would throw out the window so many constitutional protections? No board, the purpose of which we're here today to talk about, is going to be able to effectively answer that question.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Duncan, welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you once again for calling a hearing on a very important topic, as you have so many times before. And I want to welcome Governor Keane, and from what I read about him, he did just a great job in the very difficult position of being governor of the state of New Jersey. And I want to welcome our friend Lee Hamilton, who was one of our most respected members on both sides of the aisle in this body for, was it 36 years? Or
34.
34.
Wow.
I knew it was something like that. But, and, you know, we've had Secretary Chertoff here as a witness, and a few months ago he said in a speech, people have to realize that we cannot protect everybody against every possible harm at every possible moment. And that was one of the most sensible things that's been said in this whole discussion since 9/11. I remember several months after 9/11 when we passed the Farm Bill, which had been passed many times before, just being called the Farm Bill, but that particular year it was called the Farm Security Act. And the Wall Street Journal had an editorial and said we should give 4 times the scrutiny to any bill that had the word security in it, because every department and agency was using the word security just to get more funding. And a whole industry has now popped up with hundreds or maybe several thousand lobbyists. A whole industry has popped up called Homeland Security, with thousands of companies and individuals coming at us with the latest gizmo or gimmick about security. And everybody in elected office is scared not to say that in regard to security that we must do more, we must do more, we must do more in case something terrible happens, and some bad event will happen. But on the other hand, we do need to come to our senses a little bit and realize that we still are much more likely, hundreds of times more likely to be struck by lightning, or even more likely to win a lottery than we are to be killed by a terrorist. And am I saying we shouldn't do anything? No, we should do more. But we also have to have some sort of balance in this whole equation. We have expanded the FBI by, I think, about 7,000 employees since 9/11 and nearly doubled its budget. We've given even bigger percentage increases to some of the other federal law enforcement agencies. We've got every department and agency doing all these things in regard to security, and in some ways we're going a little bit overboard, and we've got to be careful that we don't create some sort of federal police state in this process. We all know Patrick Henry's famous statement. And so do we need to do more for security? Yes. But we've got many, many other things that the federal government needs to do and needs to spend money on. And many of these things that we're discussing now have a lot more to do with money and funding than they do with security. And if we just blindly approve anything that has the word security attached to it, we're going to end up wasting a lot of money. We're going to end up not making the country really that much safer. And I say this, and we all sympathize with those who have lost family members in 9/11, and we're going to hear from some of them later on, and certainly we appreciate their feelings, and that's why we have them here today. And I'm sorry that previously scheduled appointments are going to have force me to come in and out, but we just need, it's going to be a very difficult job to reach the proper balance between having as safe and secure a country as we possibly can without going ridiculously overboard and wasting all kinds of money and creating this federal police state. So for those reasons, I think it's very, very important that you've called this hearing and that we have this discussion. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Maloney.
Well, I thank my colleagues and Congressman Shays for holding this hearing, and I extend a very warm welcome to the former chair and vice chair of the 9/11 Commission, Mrs. Keene and Hamilton, and thank them for their lifelong commitment to public service. And I truly do believe that the 9/11 Commission, its report and continued follow-up, of which you are part of today, is an example of government working at its best, finding out what's wrong, coming forward with concrete proposals, and working to implement them. This book, I literally, your book, I nominated it for a National Book Award. We didn't win the award, but this 9/11 Commission report book literally sold more copies than Harry Potter. And we are still studying it and still trying to really implement the thoughtful suggestions that you put forward. On our second panel, we have the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. And finally, on our third panel, we have a group of individuals who I am truly honored to call my friends. These are the 9/11 family members. They certainly must be commended for turning their tragedy into action and forcing our government to enact reforms that will make our country safer for all people. And I wish I could tell them today that their work is done and that they do not have to come back to Washington anymore. But sadly, there still is a great deal more that does need to be done, and we appreciate your being here and your constant attention to these challenges. We face a Congress and an administration who simply refuse to do the tough work necessary to enact and enforce all of the recommendations that came forward from the 9/11 Commission. We have made a good start with the passage of the Intelligence Reform Bill. It broke down the old guard and opened up communications between our various intelligence agencies. And we should really be proud of the work that we did together in a bipartisan way to enact that important reform. And I really believe it's the most important piece of legislation I have worked on, or had the honor of working on, since I've been in Congress. But as the 9/11 Commission reminded us in its final report card in December, Congress and the administration have a great deal more work to do. Their report card gave us more Fs than As, and certainly we are not where we need to be almost 5 years after the 9/11 attack and 2 years after the Commission released its report. One F came in the distribution of Homeland Security funding. The Commission stated, and they stated it well, and I'm going to quote your report, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. You said, quote, "Homeland Security funds continue to be distributed without regard for risk, vulnerability, or the consequences of an attack, diluting the national security benefits of this important program," end quote. And you do not have to look very far beyond last week's announcement that New York and Washington, D.C.'s Homeland Security funding is slashed by the Department of Homeland Security. And it clearly shows that the administration does not get it. Funding for New York City was slashed by 40%. All intelligence agency directors will tell us that New York and D.C. remain terrorist targets number one, and all of their intelligence and all of our briefings, New York and Washington remain terrorist targets number one. So I do not understand how they come out with a formula that gives $15 per capita to Wyoming and roughly $2 and change to New York City. Believe me, there are more buffalo in Wyoming than there are infrastructure that needs to be protected, such as the rail and the air and the areas that we need to protect people. Furthermore, the radios, tragically, that did not work on 9/11 still do not work. And of particular concern to me and Congress, and I believe the Commission members, is the fact that the enriched uranium is still out there. We have not located it. We have not bought it up. And we have not established an Office of Non-Proliferation in the Office of the President to track this so that we can prevent having a nuclear bomb exploding in one of our highly populated cities. So I wonder what the report card would be today from the 9/11 Commission. How in the world do you go from a terrible funding formula that does not take into account to risk to even making it worse? So your grade would have to be an F, F minus, minus, or maybe a 0. And how can we have faith in the protection of our country if you see this type of manipulation of a formula? It looks more like a pork formula than one that is addressing Homeland Security. Another issue that Congressman Shays and I have been working on is which is a focus of this hearing, is the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. As it currently exists, it does not have full subpoena power. Members serve at the whim of the President. There are no assurances of a bipartisan breakdown, and we are not even required, the members are not even required to have any form of civil liberties background. What is worse is that the House leadership has denied an effort by Mr. Shays and I 5 times. 5 times we have tried to debate an amendment that would give the board subpoena power, that would strengthen it and give it greater teeth. And I find that extremely disturbing. In an effort to reverse this trend and to finally enact all of the recommendations, there were 41 recommendations, we've enacted roughly half of them. Mr. Shays and I have introduced H.R. 5017, the ensuring implementation of the 9/11 Commission report, and this legislation tracks the final report's recommendations and proposes ways in which to achieve and to implement it. And I hope that we will be working to enact those proposals. I just want to mention that the first time Congressman Hamilton spoke to us about the recommendations, he said the hardest obstacle would be to get Congress to organize itself or reorganize itself to ensure that we are conducting proper oversight, that we have standing committees, that we have clear lines of authority, and your suggestion has come true. We have made very little, if zero, progress in moving towards an organization that really strengthens Congress's oversight in that area. It is always an honor to hear from the two leaders on this important issue, and we welcome you today. Thank you for the work that you've done and that you continue to do to make America safer. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady and Ms. Ross-Leighton. Thank you, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to have the Governor back with us again today, and Chairman Hamilton, with whom I had the pleasure of serving on international relations while he chaired it in such a wonderful way. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lee, and I want to thank the many family members of the victims of September 11th who are here with us today, and we thank you and we honor your loss each and every day. As all of us know, the recommendations made by the 9/11 Commission relating to the protection of civil liberties speak to the core of our rights as Americans, and their full and timely implementation should be of utmost concern to all of us. And these civil liberties related recommendations serve as a check in the context of the 9/11 Commission's broader message, which is to comprehensively strengthen our national security in hopes of preventing future acts of terror in our homeland. The Civil Liberties Oversight Board is responsible for ensuring that the privacy and civil liberties of the American people are appropriately considered in the implementation of the 9/11 Commission recommendations. And there has been, as my good friend Ms. Maloney had stated, legislation introduced by Chairman Shays and her seeking to increase the investigative powers of the Oversight Board by giving its members subpoena powers. And all of us have to debate that because, as we know, a careful balance must be maintained between our national security interests and our constitutionally guaranteed liberties. And as was stated so correctly in the 9/11 Commission report, it said, we must find ways of reconciling security with liberty, since the success of one helps protect the other. The choice between security and liberty is a false choice, as nothing is more likely to endanger America's liberties than the success of a terrorist attack at home. Our history has shown us that insecurity threatens liberty, yet if our liberties are curtailed, we lose the values that we are struggling to defend. So we thank all of the Commission members who have done an extraordinary job of making sure that we protect our homeland, but at the same time strike that delicate balance of protecting our civil liberties at the same time. Mr. Chairman, I have a committee hearing, another committee hearing at the same time, so I'll stay as long as I can, but I thank the opportunity to make a statement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And at this time, we'll let you close up, Mr. Van Hollen. Thank you for being here, and then we'll get right to our witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you and Mr. Kucinich for holding this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses who are here today, Governor Kaine, Congressman Hamilton. Thank you for your service to the state of New Jersey, of course, Governor Kaine, and Congressman Hamilton as chairman of the House International Relations Committee and the Intelligence Committee. Thank you for your service to our country. And thank you for the great service you did to our country as part of the 9/11 Commission and issuing the report, which I really think helped frame the issues and challenges for our nation going forward, including the very important issue we're talking about today, which is civil liberties. I also want to thank the 9/11 families for making sure this country continues to focus on the lessons that we have to learn from 9/11, and for the very creation of the 9/11 Commission itself, because in the early stages, as we all know, not everybody supported the creation, the formation of the 9/11 Commission. So thank you to the families for that. I think we would all agree that it would be a terrible irony if, in the effort to protect the freedoms and liberties of the American citizens, we were to take actions here at home that eroded those very civil liberties. And that's what this is all about. Now, when you issued your most recent report card back in December, under the heading of civil liberties and executive power, there were three categories. One of the categories was Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, the creation of the board, and you pointed out that there was little urgency in the creation of the board and gave us all a D, the federal government a D in that area. Now, as others have said, there's been some minimal progress in establishing the board, but I must stress minimal progress. There's still not, as I understand, much space for people to move into. In the budget submitted by the administration this year, there was no specific amount set aside for the purpose of the Oversight Board. Other weaknesses have been mentioned, including the fact there's no subpoena power, and the fact the Attorney General can essentially veto requests for documents. So that was a D then. Be interested to hear if it's gone up at all. The other category was guidelines for government sharing of personal information. At that time, they'd not yet appointed a Civil Liberties Protection Officer. The DNI had not. That was a D at that time. The other category was balance between security and civil liberties. It was a general category stating a measure of robust and continuing oversight both within the executive and by the Congress will be essential. And you were very charitable there. You gave us all a B in that area. Now, I would note it was shortly after this report card came out that the New York Times broke the story about domestic wiretapping. And I would also point out that while there's been some oversight on that issue in the Senate, the House has been essentially AWOL when it comes to that issue. I also serve on the Judiciary Committee. We've requested many hearings on that very important issue in the Judiciary Committee. Not a single hearing in the Judiciary Committee on that very important question that raises constitutional legal issues. And the role of this board in relation to the whole issue, like the one that was raised by domestic, is an open question. I'm not sure that the administration envisions them having any kind of role in that particular area. So I think that the questions have only grown since you issued that report card back in December. And I think the track record of making sure we protect civil liberties suggests that we have actually been heading in a downward area when you look at the broad picture, although there may have been progress, incremental progress in certain areas. So I'm looking forward to your testimony. I want to thank you both for your continued efforts in this area and for giving of your time and talents. I also want to thank your terrific staff, and I see Chris Kojum is here with you and others, and I want to thank them for their service to our country. Thank you both.
I thank the gentleman very much. Taking care of business, I ask unanimous consent that all members of the subcommittee be permitted to place an opening statement in the record, and that the record remain open for 3 days for that purpose, and without objection so ordered. I ask further unanimous consent that all witnesses be permitted to include their written statement in the record, and without objection so ordered. We have before us the Honorable Thomas H. Kane, Chair, National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States, and we welcome him, and we have the Vice Chairman of that same commission. I think it's fair to say both of you functioned as co-chair, and you clearly were there at a very important time in this country's life, and we're very grateful to both of you. As I think you know, this is an investigative committee, the Government Reform Committee. We do swear in all our witnesses. Lee, you would understand that the only one I ever failed to swear in 10 years was the senator from West Virginia, but everyone else has been sworn in. So if you would rise, we'll swear you. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We look forward to hearing from you. There's no clock timing you. It's just really important we put on the record whatever needs to be put in, and you've spent the last 40 minutes listening to members of Congress. I think we can reciprocate. So, Governor?
Chairman Shays, Ranking Member Kucinich. Oh, sorry. That got it? Yeah. Chairman Shays, Ranking Member Kucinich, members of this distinguished panel, it's an honor and a privilege to appear before you today, particularly with the families who never, ever give up, which is wonderful, to testify about the status of our recommendations of the 9/11 Commission. It's almost 2 years since we completed the largest investigation of the United States government in this country's long history. The mandate of the Commission was to investigate and report to the President and the Congress on its findings, conclusions, and recommendations for corrective measures that can be taken to prevent acts of terrorism. We found in our report that the government failed in its duty to protect us on September 11th. We found failures of imagination, policy, capabilities, and management. And we made 41 recommendations to ensure that we do everything possible to prevent another attack. Now, to continue our work after the Commission officially ended, we formed a nonprofit organization, the 9/11 Public Discourse Project, for the purpose of public education on behalf of our recommendations. Now, many of the Commission's recommendations, including those to reorganize the intelligence community, were taken up by the Congress and enacted in the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004. But we all understood one thing, and that was changing the law is only the first step in changing public policy. No law is self-executing. Implementation is often the more difficult step. The Public Discourse Project tracked both legislation and implementation of the Commission's recommendations, and we issued a report card in December of 2005. That report card contained 1A, 12 Bs, 10 Cs, 12 Ds, 4 Fs, and 2 incompletes. In other words, we found a very mixed record. But we've continued to track those recommendations since we issued our report card. But I have to say our perspective now, about 6 months later, is just about the same. There is still a great deal we have to do and still haven't done to protect the American people. So what do we need to do? We analyzed the 41 recommendations from another standpoint. Where do we need legislation? And where do we need to work on implementation? We found that roughly half the commissions were addressed by legislation in the 2004 Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act. The bigger problem we found was the challenge of implementation. Even when the letter of our recommendations was written into law, there's been a lack in implementation. In some cases, implementation can be expected to take years. In every case, the Congress needs to provide robust oversight to ensure that these reforms are carried out. For this reason, we welcome and strongly support the bill H.R. 5017, introduced by Chairman Shays and Representative Maloney. H.R. 5017, a bill to ensure implementation of the recommendations of the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States, changes the law where necessary to carry out the recommendations. But just as importantly, H.R. 5017 shines a bright light on the question of implementation and ensuring that the executive branch agencies stay focused in carrying out what the law that you passed already requires. We believe our time before you today is best spent focusing on a few issues where the attention of the Congress is perhaps most necessary. First, scarce Homeland Security dollars must be allocated wisely. Right now, those funds are spread around more like, revenue-sharing projects. Pork barrel politics, I know, is a time-honored approach in Washington, but this pork barrel approach, when we're talking about the safety of the American people, just can't be allowed to prevail. In our report, we recommended that Homeland Security funds be allocated on the basis of the greatest risks and the vulnerability of attack. Secretary Chertoff himself has stated many times the position of the administration in support of funding based on risk and vulnerabilities, a position we all strongly support. Therefore, we were surprised and we were disappointed that analysis by the Department of Homeland Security has led to proposed cuts in Homeland Security funding for New York and for Washington, D.C. The terrorists targeted New York and Washington. So far as we know, they continue to target those symbols of America's strength and America's power. It defies our understanding of the nature of the threat to reduce funding designated to protect New York and to protect Washington. We await further explanation. Last year, the House of Representatives passed a very good bill. 3 times you passed it, which would focus scarce resources on the greatest risks and egress vulnerabilities. On 2 separate occasions, including most recently the Conference Committee on Renewal of the Patriot Act earlier this year, the House provision on Homeland Security funding was in conference with the Senate. In both cases, nothing emerged. Senate conferees rejected the House position. Now, we gave the Congress an F because of its failure to act on a risk-based and vulnerability-based formula for Homeland Security funding. And we honestly feel, because of that, that letter grade was deserved. Until and unless the Congress sends a bill to the President allocating Homeland Security funding on the basis of risk, we will continue to squander dollars which are enormously scarce in this area. In the area of emergency response, states and localities need to practice their plans for emergency response. If we hadn't learned before, we must have learned from Hurricane Katrina the lesson that we should have learned on 9/11. Every metropolitan area, every locality needs to have a working response plan that embraces a unified incident command system. A response plan needs to be practiced. It needs to be exercised regularly. You cannot wait for a disaster to hit and then suddenly look for a plan. All first responders need to know from the moment they learn of a disaster who's in charge and what their individual job is to do. The Department of Homeland Security requires a unified incident command system to be in place, or states will be unable to receive Homeland Security funding after October 1st, 2006. Now, that's a good provision, as far as it goes. During Katrina, Louisiana and New Orleans had a paper plan, but it wasn't executed when it was most needed. DHS needs to make sure that these plans are living documents, that first responders practice working together. If you are a first responder and you are talking to your counterpart for the first time the day the disaster hits, that emergency response plan will fail. In addition, first responders still don't have the ability to talk to one another effectively. The Commission recommended that Congress expedite, for public safety purposes, the allocation of a slice of the broadcast spectrum ideal for emergency communications. Those frequencies, able to get messages through concrete and steel high-rises without difficulty, are now held by television broadcasters. Now, they've been promised to these brave men and women in the public safety area, they've been promised for a decade. And now they will finally be turned over to first responders in February 2009. H.R. 517 includes the text of the Homeland Emergency Response Act, the HERO Act, to provide this broadcasting spectrum to first responders much earlier, by January 1st, 2007. This will save lives. We strongly endorse this earlier date. The reason is simple. Who can say that we're going to have no disasters before 9/11, before 2009? No terrorist attacks. Why should public safety have to be put on hold for the next 3 years in order to accommodate the broadcast industry? It is scandalous, and we call on the Congress to act. Now I'd like to turn over to my friend, colleague, and guy I try to emulate from time to time, Lee Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Chairman Shays and Mr. Kucinich, Mrs. Maloney, Mr. Van Hollen. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Governor Kaine and I very much appreciated the most gracious comments you made about the 9/11 Commission and our work. It's a great pleasure for me, of course, to appear with Governor Kaine. He's one of the great public servants of my generation and a remarkable leader. And both the Governor and I thank you very much, those of you that have co-sponsored H.R. 5017, because it incorporates our recommendations. I suspect the key recommendation of the 9/11 Commission in many respects was the requirement, we believe, of the government to share information. And we missed so many opportunities on that day and with that plot because the government did not share information. I think overall the federal government is doing a better job of sharing information today, but it comes very hard. It's difficult to do. And I think there is still plenty of room for improvement in the executive branch with regard to the sharing of information. There are also very huge gaps in information sharing, and we notice that particularly with regard to sharing information with state and local officials and government. The first presidential appointed program manager for information sharing did not receive the support that he needed to carry out his task. There is now a new program manager, but a lot of time, very precious time, has been lost. A very important milestone is coming up in the next few days. It is the due date of the report, due June 14th, from the program manager for information sharing and the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. That report will provide detailed guidance for an information sharing environment due to be created by the end of this year. I urge this committee to review that report very carefully. It will be the blueprint for future information sharing. Both of us continue to hear about turf fights about who's in charge of information sharing, particularly with regard to state and local governments. We continue to hear complaints from state and local officials about the quality of information that they receive. I suspect you've heard those complaints yourself. So I think the problem of information sharing is very far from being resolved. With respect to the FBI, I think reform continues to move in the right direction, but at least by our lights has been far too slow. These problems have been well documented by the Commission, by the Department of Justice's Inspector General, and by the very fine work of the National Academy of Public Administration. Numerous problems still impede the Bureau. Failure to improve the FBI's inadequate information technology, an extensive effort is now being made there. Continuing deficiencies in the FBI's analytical capabilities, also efforts being made there. Shortfalls in information sharing, too much turnover in the workforce and particularly in the leadership positions, and insufficient investment in capital, human capital and training. All of these things are very well known to the FBI. We have a lot of respect for the director, Mr. Mueller. They have taken some steps forward. Sometimes they've gone backwards with regard to the computer systems, for example. So it has a ways to go, and in many respects it's still struggling. Many of you commented in your opening statements on the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. It was interest to me that in all of the recommendations that we had, there was just total unanimity and support on this recommendation from the very first. Not a single dissent, at least as I remember, Governor Kaine. And so we recommended it, and the Congress has created it. It's the only office within the executive branch to look across the government at actions we're taking to protect ourselves, to ensure the privacy and civil liberty concerns are appropriately considered. In conducting the global war on terror, you have a huge expansion of government. That's already been alluded to by the opening statements. But not only do you have an expansion in the resources of government, you have an expansion in the power of government, the intrusive powers of government in fighting the global war on terror. In that environment, then, it is our belief that the government needs very strong powers to protect us, but it also needs to have a very strong voice within the executive branch on behalf of the individual and on behalf of our civil liberties. We commend this subcommittee for inviting the chair and the vice chair of the board to testify before you. We've had an opportunity, at least to speak to them very briefly, and we want to do everything we can to encourage their work. We think their work is essential, important in the so-called war on terror. The board needs to move forward smartly with its important mission. The stories we read in the newspaper every day point up the importance of a strong voice, a second opinion, if you would, within the executive branch before it goes ahead with information gathering measures. On the question of airline passenger screening, we still confront a very frustrating situation. We still, after all these months and years, do not screen passengers against a comprehensive terrorism watch list before they get on that airplane. The airlines do the name checking, and the government wants to protect sensitive information and therefore does not share all names on its watch list with the airlines. So the airlines screen passengers against an incomplete list. The solution recommended by the Commission is a straightforward one. The government should do the name checking of all passengers against its own comprehensive watch list. As we approach now the 5th anniversary, as the chairman referred to, of 9/11, there seems to be very little prospect that we can see, at least, that we will achieve this a solution. We understand some of the problems that stand in the way. Poor management, we believe, at the Transportation Security Administration is one. Attempts to integrate commercial data into the screening process are another. And they have set off a host of civil and liberties and privacy issues. There are also many questions about the security of the personal data. The proper solution to passenger screening appears at this point to be delayed indefinitely. Several of you mentioned congressional reform. Congress needs powerful intelligence and homeland security oversight committees. Congress has provided powerful authorities to the executive branch in order to protect us against terrorism. And now it needs to be an effective check and balance on the executive. Because so much information is classified, Congress is the only source of independent oversight on the full breadth of intelligence and homeland security issues before our country. Turf battles have kept the oversight committees weak. They need stronger powers over the budget, and they need exclusive jurisdiction. The Congress cannot play its proper role as a check and balance on the actions of the executive if the oversight committees are weak. To protect our freedoms, we need robust oversight. Finally, preventing terrorists from gaining access to nuclear weapons must be elevated above all other problems of national security. Nuclear terrorism would have a devastating impact on our people, our economy, on our way of life, almost unimaginable. The Commission called for a maximum effort against this threat. We had such a traumatic day on 9/11, but we lost 3,000 people or so. We estimated that if a nuclear weapon explodes in the heart of New York City, you lose 500,000 people dead. You can just hardly imagine what the consequences would be for the United States. So given the potential for catastrophic destruction, our current efforts fall short of what we need to do. We see increased efforts by the administration to improve nuclear detection technology at our ports and borders, and we commend that. Those are good steps. But we cannot be safe if we rely only on our last line of defense to protect us. We need a stronger, forward-leaning policy, a policy to secure nuclear materials at sites outside of the United States. If those sites are secure, the terrorists cannot get nuclear materials. If the terrorists cannot get nuclear materials, they cannot build nuclear bombs. The President should request the personnel and the resources and provide the domestic and international leadership to secure all weapons-grade nuclear material as soon as possible in the former Soviet Union and the rest of the world. There simply is no higher priority on the national agenda, security agenda. As we review our recommendations, it is clear that so much more needs to be done and so little time left to do it. We do not believe that the terrorists will wait. If we can make progress on our recommendations, we will make significant progress in providing for the common defense, the first purpose of government. We believe that the task before us is urgent. We thank you for your leadership on this, members of this subcommittee, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you again, Governor Kane. What we'll do is we'll do 10-minute rounds instead of the 5, and I think I'd like to defer my questions a little later, so Mr. Kucinich, we'll start off with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Hamilton, given your responsibilities with the 9/11 Commission, as well as your previous role chairing the House Intelligence Committee in the 1980s, are you surprised that the administration never informed the 9/11 Commission or all members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committee, even in closed session, of the NSA programs that have been the subject of much debate? And do you agree that it's essential that there be both judicial and congressional checks on NSA spying on Americans, given the abuses found by the Church Committee in the 1970s that led to the creation of the Select Congressional Intelligence Committees?
I have to make clear, Mr. Kucinich, that your question calls for an answer that goes far beyond the 9/11 Commission, so I speak personally here and not as a member of the Commission. I think the world in which we live, with the enormous data collection capacities that we now have, calls for a new framework in dealing with this kind of technology. And it certainly needs a new law. The law that is in existence today, I think, was passed in 1986. I think the President was confronted with a very difficult dilemma as how to adapt this data mining techniques that produce such massive amounts of data and have become a very important tool in protecting us against terrorism. Your question is, should he have consulted the Congress? My view on that, of course, is that he should have. We confronted not this kind of a problem, but similar situations in time past, and I think the appropriate way to proceed would have been for the President to call in key congressional leaders to the White House and to say, look, we've got a very tough problem here. We've got a new technology. This technology is terribly important to the national security interests of the United States. The present law is not a satisfactory law. I need your help in crafting a new law that takes into account the new technology. And in that process, to devise checks and balances so that the at least key members of Congress are adequately informed. I know there are certain negatives to the approach that I've suggested, but I think it would have been a better way to proceed, and I do think it's necessary for the Congress to be informed on these matters, because accountability and checks and balances is what the Constitution of the United States is all about.
I thank the gentleman. Governor Keane, you told the New York Times in January that the 9/11 Commission was never told about the NSA program to monitor Americans' telephone conversations without a court order. The 9/11 Commission, as I understand it, had high-level security clearances, and yet the NSA program to spy on the conversations of Americans was never disclosed to the Commission. My question, did you or other members of the Commission discuss with administration officials compliance with the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act as amended by the Patriot Act, which would cover these types of programs? And do you agree that the rule of law requires independent checks and balances, and that a program to monitor Americans' private calls without any proof they are conspiring with al-Qaeda risks not only invading the privacy of innocent Americans, but also waste precious anti-terrorism resource on innocent Americans?
Well, I certainly agree with my colleague that checks and balances are absolutely essential in this area. No one branch of government should be doing these things without consultation with the other branch. That's my belief. We had a very specific mandate from the Congress and from the President. This was a program that went into effect after the period in which we were mandated to look at. In that regard, I think the only way in which the White House could have talked about it with us was prospectively going forward as to this would be one of the things that perhaps the nation should be doing, and they chose not to do so.
Well, here we are discussing civil liberties in this new era, and we see that the 9/11 Commission wasn't really informed. We see that the Congress was largely unaware, and we have a condition here where a board that you recommended establishing really isn't functioning in any meaningful way. That being the case, what would you recommend at this point that we do to protect the civil liberties of the people of the United States?
Well, one of the things I think you're doing with this hearing, and that is to ensure that the Civil Liberties Board has the prestige, the power, and the attention that it needs in order to do the job that we envisioned for it in the Commission and that you envisioned for it when you passed a bill in the United States Congress.
Does it need subpoena power?
We didn't, again, I'd have to talk as an individual there because we did not recommend that in our report. But what we did recommend is that the board must be strong and have strong powers. And the inference would be that possibly subpoena power is something that's needed in order to make it strong. We, by the way, although we seldom used subpoena power in our work in the Commission, the fact that we had it served as a very, very good tool in helping the government agencies to expedite our requests.
Your report, well, nevertheless, is in a bound volume, is also a work in progress as you learn more information. At this point, seeing where this issue of security and civil liberties continues to hang in the balance, would you now be willing to say that such a board, in order to give it important impact, would merit subpoena power?
Mr. Kucinich,
Mr. Hamilton.
I think, first of all, we're very pleased that the Congress saw fit to create the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. We're very pleased that a Civil Liberties Protection Officer has been named in the office, I think, of the Director of National Intelligence. Those are positive steps. We're pleased with them. I think we're very disappointed that it took us so long to get here, where we are, to have a board in operation and to have a Civil Liberties Protection Officer named. It took far too long to name the board, to find a place to operate, to staff, to fund. But these things are now underway. You're going to hear more about that in a few minutes from people who know more about it than I do. The challenge now is for this board to move forward smartly, aggressively, with the important mission. And the challenge of your committee is to make sure that that board has the powers it needs, perhaps subpoena power, but it has the aggressive power to reach into every branch of government to get the information that it needs to determine whether the civil liberties and the privacy of the American people are being violated. If this board does not do it, it's not going to be done. And so I think all of us on the Commission, I think I can speak for all the Commission members here, believe that a robust board is essential.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Hamilton, and forgive my skepticism that in all of this process after 9/11, the American people are now having to rely more and more on a board which doesn't really function yet, as opposed to investigative committees of the Congress, House and the Senate, providing effective checks and balances. I mean, we didn't need, in my view, not speaking for the committee, in my view, we didn't need this board. We just needed a Congress that was willing to provide effective checks to the administration power. That's the way the Constitution was set up. 3 branches of government. Congress is a co-equal branch of government. That we don't need the administration to tell us that we can't go in and ask the right questions and demand the right answers. I mean, we have the ability to rein in the administration's abuse of power with respect to civil liberties. You know, when I see that millions of phone calls can be scanned by this administration, by its orders, you know, when I see the effect of a Patriot Act, you know, I have to ask, well, with all due respect and gratitude to the 9/11 Board for its Commission for its recommendation of Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, hey, that's the job of Congress. Hello. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. This time the chair would recognize Ms. Maloney.
Thank you. Governor Kaine, you mentioned in your testimony today that you issued a report card on our efforts in December, and we had more Fs than As, but we got 1A in anti-terrorism financing, which is a very difficult area to put some strong controls on. And as a member of the Financial Services Committee, I was part of that effort, and I'm glad to hear that you recognized our work. But in your opinion, why were we able to get some things right, and yet we did so poorly in other areas?
Well, some of these areas are very tough, and we knew it when we made our recommendation. I mean, we made a deliberate attempt on the Commission to make recommendations which we knew, because all of us have been around government and politics a lot, would be very, very difficult to implement. But we decided to reach, in a sense, knowing that the implementation would be difficult. Now, I'm not an expert, as my colleague is, on the intelligence community, but the culture I learned on in those agencies, existing for so many years, it seems to be very hard for them to communicate with one another. Their whole culture is one of secrecy. And even communicating with other intelligence agencies is very, very difficult. And I think it's starting to happen. The machinery that you set up and the bill you passed is starting to happen. But it's much too slow for the need. You know, we talk about what I thought if there was one easy recommendation that there'd be no problem with, is to allocate funds on the basis of risk. And that just seemed to me an easy one. Who is going to argue against that?
I'd like to follow up on that. Governor Kaine, you gave us a big resounding F on our high-risk formula, but the plan that came out last week cut aid to the City of New York and Washington, D.C., the 2 highest threat areas, by 40%. And the Department of Homeland Security, almost in disbelief in my part, they're continuing to defend this formula as risk-based. And would you consider a 40% reduction to, by all accounts, by all intelligence, all 15 different agencies looking at intelligence, that a 40% reduction to New York City and Washington, D.C. is an appropriate risk-based distribution? And what grade would you give them now? You gave them an F before. Now this formula is even more outrageous and not based in reality or high risk in any way. How would you grade them now, and what would you suggest those of us in a bipartisan way on this panel who would like to have a high-risk formula to better defend our country?
Well, first of all, I'm a teacher. That's what I did before I got into anything else. Very hard to give below F. If I could, I might at this point, but it's very difficult. Having said that, it's you have the bill. You've been trying hard in the House to get it adopted into law that will mandate a formula based on risk. I mean, now you have and all I know is what I read in the newspapers. Now you have, I gather, a secret group of people. I mean, we don't allowed to know their names, making some kind of a decision which results in a formula which defies common sense. I mean, we know. I mean, bin Laden wants to target New York again. He wants to target Washington. Those are his two prime targets. He said it. His followers have said it. It's logical. So I just do not understand the present formula and the results of whatever formula they're using. And I would suggest that you redouble your efforts and perhaps convince, I guess, 1 or 2 senators is all we need to get a proper bill through that would mandate a risk-based formula, which I think everybody basically would agree, no matter where you're from. I mean, I'm from New Jersey. We need funds. We got serious problems. We got nuclear facilities. We got a number of other things. But I'm mad about New York City. I mean, not getting what it needs. And I'm mad about Washington, because those are the number 1 and number 2 priorities, and we ought to feel that way nationally, no matter where we come from, I think.
We'd give an A to the House.
Yeah.
The House has passed the bill 3 times.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
And it's exactly the legislative language you need. The problem has come, of course, in the conference committee, where the Senate apparently prevailed. May I just observe on the question of Homeland Security funding, it has always seemed to me that the really tough job here is the establishment of priorities. You have limited resources. You can't protect every piece of critical infrastructure. You can't defend against every tactic that the terrorists might employ. And what that means is that policymakers have to make very, very tough judgments on what they're going to protect and what they're not going to protect. What kind of things they're going to protect against and what kind of things they're not going to protect against. And when you make those judgments, you can be wrong, because you're making judgments on insufficient data. But the fact that it's a very tough judgment to make, what do you protect and what you don't, is not a reason for not making the judgment. You have, now the language, if you look at the rhetoric here, it's pretty good. We're going to protect on the basis of risk and vulnerabilities. I think the Secretary Chertoff has said that any numbers of times. That's good. The problem is doing it. And here we are several years after this idea of protecting on the basis of risk and vulnerabilities, and we're still not making, not just the federal government, but state and local officials as well, and private sector people, are not making the judgments that have to be made to protect infrastructure and to protect people. Everybody in their local community knows what targets a terrorist would be after. They know their community, and in very few communities are adequate steps being taken to protect.
On the line of knowing what we need to do and needing the political will to do it, I remember the first time both of you addressed the Democratic caucus, and you spoke really passionately about stopping terrorists from gaining access to nuclear materials. Everyone talks about it. Everyone knows the high threat. You wrote that possibly 500,000 people could die in New York City, my home turf, if they had a nuclear bomb. But we're not moving forward. We have bills before Congress. We have not allocated the monies to go out and buy up the weapons and the grade nuclear material as soon as possible. We're not taking steps in this very dangerous direction, and I would, it was in your testimony, but I would like both of you to elaborate further on what steps we can be taking, what we should be doing, you are both veterans of Congress, of legislation, of state government, and what can we do to move forward in this really critical and dangerous area?
Well,
5 years, and we have not moved in any meaningful way in this direction for this
we're moving, but very, very slowly. I mean, we are doing some things, but it's going to take us 14 or 15 years to get these sites tapped down that enrich uranium. There are about 100 sites in the world, if we gave it the necessary priority, I've always been told we could do it in about 3 years. But that means everybody's got to be talking about it. I mean, the President has said that it's the most dangerous threat facing the country. He said that. All right, then it's the most dangerous threat facing the country, then you've got to talk about it a lot more. You've got to devote resources to it. Right. It should be on the front pages of the papers, not the back pages. It should be on the talk shows. It's what we should be talking about. I was delighted, by the way, the other day to get a note just the other day from Congressman Andrews, my state, who said he and Jim Leach had just gotten an amendment through to the Energy, Water, and Development Appropriations Bill, which is going to put some dollars in this area. Added $27.8 million, he said, to the Global Threat Reduction Initiative. I mean, that's a help. I mean, people I know in the Congress are working on it, but I think we've got to redouble our efforts. I mean, and we've got to let the American people know if this is the greatest threat, we've got to talk about it, I think, a lot more. Because only by talking about it and recognizing it are we going to deal with it. Because what this would do to our economy, let alone the number of lives lost. And I tell you, you talk to Senator Sam Nunn, a number of others who have been working on this, and the threat is very, very real. And there's nobody in our government right now who's going to be able to ensure us that there's not right now a terrorist who's working toward our borders already with some of this material in their possession. It's only the size of a football. It's not hard to do.
Congressman
It's,
Hamilton?
of course, a matter basically of political will, and it's a judgment about priorities. What's most important in the terms of the national security of the United States? The Commission was unanimous on this point, too. You look at all of the national security issues before us, and there are literally hundreds of them. We said this is at the top of the heap. This is the #1 national security issue, bar none, not because it's the most likely event, but because the consequences of it would be so horrendous. Governor Kaine mentioned a moment ago we should redouble our efforts. The Commission did not comment on this specifically. My personal opinion is we should triple our efforts. We've got the program in place. You've got the Cooperative Reduction Threat Program in place. It's a matter of funding it much more generously than we have. This has been in place for, I don't know how long, 10, 15 years. And it has had some results, but they're terribly, terribly slow, and so it just has to be accelerated. Now, I think it's important to say that a lot of progress has been made on nuclear detection technology at our ports and borders. A lot of work is being done here, but it's our impression that most of that work is being done here. And the real challenge is to get at the source, and the source are the nuclear materials abroad. And that creates a lot of problems in terms of going into other countries and examining their nuclear program and their nuclear materials, getting their cooperation. The defense establishment of Russia doesn't particularly like us hunting around their nuclear program any more than we like them looking at our nuclear program. So it's a tough matter, but I think progress has been made slowly, and it just has to be accelerated. It needs a lot more money, and it needs a lot more people who are willing to go over into Russia. This is not easy work, and work to secure these materials.
What the American people, by the way, don't understand, I've done some speaking on this, what they don't understand is that once the terrorist gets these materials out of the site, that you can read on the internet how to put the bomb together, and then we all know getting it into this country with our port border situation is not that difficult. So you've got to contain it at the site. And I think once the American people understand that, at least when I've given talks on it, they get very alarmed and they want something done. But it's, I don't think they really understand the threat and how important it is that we do this program.
Thank you. My
Thank
time
you.
is up.
I can't wait to jump in, but I'd like Mr. Van Hollen to go, and then I'll jump in. I would just want to make this one point. You have clearly pointed out what you consider the most serious threat, but it seems to me that it also points out that the new strategy of detect and prevent means that we want to have the kind of capability to detect so that if they unfortunately do get this weapons-grade material, we know about it and can stop it. And it seems to me that that goes with it. Mr. Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank both of you gentlemen for your testimony today. Let me just start out with the issue of congressional reform and oversight.
Could I ask the gentleman to suspend? I would like Mr. Duncan to go, and then to have you go, if you don't mind, and you will go next.
That's fine, Mr.
I
Chairman.
thank you for your patience. You've always been very gracious with me. Thank you. Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and once again, I apologize for popping in and out.
Not necessary. Let's get to the questions.
I'll just go back to Mr. Van Hollen. I will say this. I did come back in enough to hear the governor express how difficult it is to set priorities, and that he was mad about New York City, and there is a lot of concern about that. And of course, as Congressman Hamilton said, that's our job to make these tough decisions. The problem, as I see it, in addition to what I said in my opening statement, there's not any congressional district hardly in the country that's not real close to some high priority facility. I mean, so many districts have major military installations. In my own home, while I don't represent Oak Ridge, it's very close to the Oak Ridge operations. I live less than 15 miles from, or about 15 miles from the Oak Ridge facility. I mean, and every district in the country is in that situation, and so that's another one of the difficulties we face. But I agree with what Congressman Hamilton said. That's what we have to do, and I apologize. I hope I can stay for a little while now, but I'll just turn it back over to Congressman Van Hollen.
Mr. Van Hollen, you have your 10 minutes starting now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the issue of congressional reform and oversight. You stated in your testimony, Congress needs powerful intelligence and homeland security oversight committees. The Congress has provided powerful authorities to the executive branch in order to protect us against terrorism, and now it needs to be an effective check and balance on the executive. I think that's very good advice. I think you put it very diplomatically in your testimony. From my own perspective, with few exceptions, the House of Representatives has been totally AWOL on this issue. This has been an oversight-free zone. You talk about the need for checks and balances. We have been much more of a blank check and a rubber stamp, and I think that's gotten us into a lot of trouble as a country. And I think that much more vigorous oversight is needed in that area. There's no need for further comment other than the fact I assume you haven't changed your grade from a D to any higher grade, have you? Okay. With respect to the funding,
we may lower it.
I would suspect so. I mean, I think, as the governor said, you can't get lower than an F, but I think an F might be more suitable at this point in time. I just want to also associate myself with the remarks you both have made and Congresswoman Maloney has made with respect to the distribution formula. It defies common sense to see cuts in the amounts that are going to New York City and the Washington metropolitan area, clearly two of the top terrorist targets. Obviously, we don't want to focus on the last war. We always need to look at future threats and evolving threats, but I think anyone knows that those two centers remain highly symbolic and important targets, and it just makes no sense at all to cut the monies in those areas. With respect to the number one threat, which you both have focused on, which is the danger of nuclear materials falling in the hands of terrorists, and the fact that we have not addressed this with the urgency that we should, I'm interested in whether you've changed your grade. You're right, there was the Andrews-Leach amendment. It did provide an additional amount of funding. It has to get through the process. The administration didn't request that money.
Which one's he talking about?
Have you seen anything that's significant enough to change the grade in that area from a D?
No.
Let me ask.
It is not top of the priority list as we think it ought to be.
Right. I think that's clear. And I agree with the chairman's remarks. I'm sure he'll elaborate on them, that we do need to, in the event someone does get their hands on these nuclear materials, be in a position to go after them effectively. Let me ask you with respect to the Civil Liberties Board, because we're going to have an opportunity to talk to them in a little bit. Under your vision of the authorities of that board, would oversight of the type of activity that's going on at the NSA with respect to domestic wiretapping be covered? Under your vision of what the responsibilities of that board would be, would they not include some oversight and jurisdiction over the type of activities that are going on at the NSA with respect to domestic wiretapping?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. And would it be your vision that that board would have the authority to get the information necessary regarding those activities to draw some conclusions and recommendations?
Absolutely. The answer is yes. Look, if the board does not have the power to get the information they need, you may as well not have the board. They have to have that power. And they've got to be able to reach into every nook and cranny of the federal government to get the information that they need.
I agree, and I'm concerned that as it was set up, it wasn't much of a tiger to begin with, and it will be totally a paper tiger if it doesn't have those authorities. I mean, I think we understand the challenge. I mean, this is an administration that has refused to even give, at least originally, the members of the intelligence committees in the House and Senate sufficient information to determine what was going on in this program. I mean, as you said, Mr. Hamilton, we have to make a decision about whether or not to amend the law to bring this program within the jurisdiction, but not knowing enough about the program, it makes it very difficult. And it would be interesting to find out whether or not the members of the board have had any luck, whether they've asked for it or whether they've had any luck in getting information about that important program. Let me ask you, we didn't cover in your testimony, but it was one of your items on your report card back in December, which is the question of long-term commitment to Afghanistan. The long-term commitment to Afghanistan. Now, I think this is an important time, as Mr. Kucinich actually mentioned in his comments, to remember that 9/11 began, launched from Afghanistan, al-Qaeda that was sheltered by the Taliban regime, that this country was united in going after al-Qaeda and demanding that the Taliban turn over al-Qaeda when they refused to do so, taking the appropriate military action. As we've all been seeing recently, there has been a resurgence of Taliban activity in southern Afghanistan, and they have been clearly testing the resolve of the NATO force and the U.S. forces. There are some of us who believe that this is not the right time, both in terms of actual manpower but also symbolically, to be reducing the number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, especially those in that southern region. We've also found out recently that the administration has modified its original plan with respect to the size of the Afghan army. It was originally planned to be on the order of about a 70,000 man size army. They've recently reduced the funding associated with that for about a 50,000 man army, which has created considerable concern in Afghanistan, President Karzai and others. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at this as a commission, but certainly if you haven't, I'd be interested in your personal views with respect to what we need to be doing now with respect to Afghanistan, both on the military side but also a commitment in terms of the economic support aspects. Just remembering, and I'll close with this because I'm interested in your responses, just remembering that the seeds of al-Qaeda and the Taliban were really created when the Soviet Union left Afghanistan and the United States decided at that point in time no longer to really engage in Afghanistan. You then had a civil war there. The Taliban emerged. Al-Qaeda took advantage of what was clearly a failed state, and 9/11 followed after that. So if you could please give us your assessment of what's happening now in Afghanistan and what more, if anything, we should be doing.
Well, I know that you come by your interest in Afghanistan from a family angle, your mother having served, I think, in INR, was it, State Department on Afghanistan over a period of years. And I think Governor Kaine and I very much appreciate your interest in it. We mean what we said in the report. We think there has to be a long-term commitment. You point out the history. In the 90s, I guess it was, when the Soviets withdrew, we withdrew. And I suppose most Americans thought that there was very few spots on the face of the earth that we had less of an interest in than Afghanistan. But somebody else noticed our withdrawal and Laden. And he goes into Afghanistan, and he creates the mechanism and does the planning that is brought about 9/11. I would hope that Americans have learned from that, and that it will be necessary for us to have a long-term commitment to Afghanistan, and that means sufficient military power, whether it's the United States or NATO, to be able to secure that country. It means that we have to stop that country from falling under the control of the opium trade and of the warlords. And it means we have to support President Karzai fully with political and economic support in that country. And I know that's costly, and not all Americans will agree with it, but I think it's a terribly important commitment that we have to follow through on. And if we do not, then I think we'll repeat the history of the early 90s.
Yeah, we recognize on the Commission report that Afghanistan can be one of the most dangerous countries in the world. Just its location between Iran and the Soviet Union and Pakistan would make it vital if nothing else did. And then the fact there are still largely ungoverned areas, one of which well may harbor Osama bin Laden today. This is where the enemy still is. And we better darn well pay attention. Because if we again allow Afghanistan to become a training camp for the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, if we avert our gaze because we're interested in other parts of the world, we're going to suffer the consequences. Afghanistan is an enormously important place. We should be not only dealing with military, by the way, but we should be dealing with economic aid, we should be dealing with educational aid. This is an area, this is a part of the world where we cannot afford again to have a lack of attention.
Many of our recommendations were long-term in the Commission report, and that was certainly true with regard to Chapter 12, which set out a policy really towards these countries that Governor Kaine has talked about, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia. And we've been pleased, really, that the Congress, in sense of Congress resolutions, have supported the concepts and ideas in our report. Likewise, we've been pleased that the administration has said many positive things with regard to those recommendations. The real key here, of course, is implementation and follow-through, not over a period of a few months or a year, but over a period of a decade or more.
Well, that's right. And I'll close, Mr. Chairman. The President took a trip not too long ago to India, and Pakistan stopped off in Afghanistan, and as you pointed out, Governor Kaine, he probably is as close as he'll ever get to Osama bin Laden, who's suspected of being in Pakistan along that border area. And I do think it was a reminder that we have not completed the mission, that this is not mission accomplished, that we have a long way to go, and that the future success of the government in Afghanistan is a big part of that success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Governor and Lee, Congressman, I'm so grateful for the work that you all have done over a long period of time. I got carried away at one point in which I said the work of the Commission was sacred, but it comes damn close to that. This committee had 22 hearings before September 11th, and we've had a total of now 90 on the terrorist threat. And what I'm struck by is before September 11th, we had a gentleman who was a noted doctor of a major medical magazine, and he said to us his biggest threat was that a small group of dedicated scientists would create an altered biological agent that would wipe out humanity as we know it. And I looked around, and there weren't many people. Now, there are a good number of folks here today, but I'm just fearful that we kind of are going through this exercise, and there's something that has to ignite the public's will and ultimately the will of Congress and the White House. What rings in my ear is what you said, Governor Kaine, you said, what the people don't understand, or maybe you said that, Congressman Hamilton. And they don't understand it because, in my judgment, in the last presidential debate, we debated whether someone had earned 3 Purple Hearts or someone had fulfilled their national service. I believe you tell the American people the truth, they'll have you do the right thing.
And I had the good fortune to go into Russia and see what we do to capture their weapons-grade material and to see how we're helping them destroy their chemical stockpile, and also to see how poorly they secure their biological agents, literally a refrigerator and a string with wax on it so they know if someone's opened it up. So I think the potentials are huge for people to get weapons-grade material, to get dirty radioactive material. 1,000 lighthouses in Russia, all unmanned, powered by a power plant that is basically a radioactive battery, a nuclear-powered battery. And I just fear that when you say, Governor Kaine, that you are fearful of the consequence of a nuclear attack, that we will have a nuclear attack. That's what I believe. And so what we're doing here, and this grading, is not just an exercise. It is hugely important. Having said how much I love what you've done, I'd like to ask, is there anything that should have been part of the 41 recommendations that isn't? Something that you all debated, or something now that you think, my God, how could we have overlooked it? Do you think it's a pretty complete list?
Anything new? Yes?
Well, I think the answer is we've probably been so focused on trying to get the recommendations we put forward implemented that we hadn't tried to think of additional recommendations. But many of our recommendations are very general, including the ones I mentioned with regard to Chapter 12. But even the recommendation with regard to the Privacy and Civil Liberties Board, for example, it's a very general recommendation and needs much more refinement and precision.
I think the whole area, there were recommendations there, but again, they were vague by necessity in the area of foreign policy.
Is what I'm sorry?
In the area of foreign policy.
Okay.
And changing our approach really to particularly these parts of the world, so that we're not simply an image of a man in a tank, but we thought of in other ways. I mean, the change in the view of America in Indonesia after we gave the aid to tsunami victims, and you saw the soldiers, you know, the feeling about the United States changed dramatically. It's much cheaper than war, you know, and I think we should look at other ways, many of which, by the way, we pursued toward the end of the Cold War in Eastern Europe with libraries and exchanges and all of that. Use some of those approaches, I think, particularly in this part of the world, who really don't know us very well, and we don't know them very well.
Well, you all have endorsed and spoken favorably of 5017. It's really not my bill or Congressman Maloney's bill. It's really a bill that was designed with the help of people you work with as well as people we work with to implement what you all have done, not what we have done. It would implement what hasn't been done, but it would also say to the various departments and agencies, okay, you were tasked with this, now how are you doing? And they would write a report, and if they haven't gotten an A grade in essence, then, or at least a passing grade, and I don't mean C, a passing grade, I mean getting it done, they would have to every 30 days come back and say how much closer they're getting to it. For both of you to come here and say, having given a grade way back when, that you really don't see anything that you would give a higher grade to is rather stunning. You say it in a rather calm way, but what I'm hearing you say is that most of these grades that you're giving out, you're not seeing much improvement, unless I'm wrong, and there's one or two areas where you want to say, we've seen an improvement here. That to me is stunning, because it just says to me that I'm back before September 11th, having 22 hearings, hearing people just say something, and we're not making progress. So I would like to ask you, is there anything on this chart where the grade goes up? And I'm going to say that you are both so fair-minded and so, I'm not going to say apolitical, but not political, that your comments are huge in the implication, to me at least.
Well, I would say one area, at least, when we made the report, we did not have a Civil Liberties Board. Now we have one, and I'll say the people who have been appointed reached out to me to ask my advice as to ways in which they could do their job better, and that was gratifying. I mean, to me, because we have not. This is not a government that reaches out that much, particularly to people who are not, in a sense, in their role anymore. And I was appreciative of that. So I have high hopes with the oversight of this Congress, this Civil Liberties Board that's been appointed.
I don't, and so I'm going to.
Well, you take an issue like the radio spectrum. We gave an F and a C, I think, both there. The radio spectrum law has been passed. That's an improvement. But the date for the change is 2009. That's you can certainly improve upon that. So there has been improvement there for sure, but not enough. You're very close to making substantial improvements on the risk-based homeland security. If that law goes through, and it could go through in the balance of this session, then we would move an F to an A. So there are several areas like that where action is pending in the Congress right now where you could dramatically improve, in our judgment, performance with regard to the recommendations.
So I'm going to put in my words. What I'm hearing you say, Congressman Hamilton, is that it's so hard to know what to call you.
What's that?
It's so hard to know what to call you. Do I call you chairman of this, vice chairman of that?
Everything that's been used so far is okay with me. I've heard a lot worse.
What I hear you saying is, since nothing has come to fruition, they get the same grade, but there's stuff pretty much in process that could change the grade noticeably.
That's right.
Governor, while I take issue, frankly, with your hopes about the commission, is I kind of, if I heard my colleague, Mr. Kucinich, I kind of agree with him. I think it's a train wreck. Having good people is great, but good people without power is frustrating. It took too long to get established, not their fault. Not funded enough by Congress, our fault. It has no subpoena power of any consequence. They have to go to the Attorney General to basically ask permission if the Attorney General doesn't want them to move forward. I don't see how they have the instruments in the various 16 agencies to be able to know what the heck's going on. So I'll be interested to have them tell me. But for me, and this is where Mr. Kucinich and I, part company, but respectfully so, I happen to believe that the Cold War strategy of containment, reaction, and mutually assured destruction is now an absurdity. I happen to believe it has to be detect and prevent. I happen to believe that somebody is going to get weapons-grade material. Now, if we can prevent 20 people from getting it and just one, that's great. But we have to break into the cell. I happen to believe it is easy as can be to get radioactive material. And it astonishes me that someone hasn't combined radioactive material with a regular conventional weapon. I happen to believe that if suicide bombers worked in places like the Middle East, they got the leader of India way back when. It is destined to happen in Europe and then be in the United States. We have to be able to detect. So that gets me to this final point. Since I want to give more power to be able to detect, I want to give more power to make sure that the civil liberties are there. And you're going to have to explain to me, both of you, how you can succeed without subpoena power, how you can succeed when your appointment can be taken away by a president who appoints you and doesn't move forward. And so maybe I'll do it in a more gentle way. Do you believe that it's essential to have subpoena power?
Mr. Chairman, we really did not address that. I don't pretend to be an expert on that. It raises a lot of legal questions, I think, the executive branch subpoenaing itself, for example, and to what extent that can be done. We did not get into the legal questions of whether or not you should have subpoena power. All we said is that you should have robust power so that you can get the information you need. Now, that can come about through cooperation. It may have to come about through subpoena power. I just don't know.
Let me ask you this. You were not basically, were you part of the executive branch or were you part of the legislative branch? You were neither? Your commission?
We were legislative branch. We were appointed by the congressional bill.
Right.
Governor Kane was appointed by the president.
No, but no. Let me. And I realize I have a red light, but this is something I'd love to just have a sense of, because you argue that maybe it should be taken out of the executive branch, if in fact, I mean, the issue, it seems to me, shouldn't be whether the process would allow executive to subpoena the executive branch. It seems to me what we should be asking is, can they do their job without subpoena power? And it seems to me that this committee couldn't do it, and you raise a point. We're a separate branch. But you had subpoena power. Should it be a separate independent agency that, by definition, isn't under the thumb of the executive branch?
Look,
right?
you now have a Civil Liberties Privacy Board. The challenge before us now is to make it work.
Good.
And that's what your attention and that's what their attention ought to be focused on. If they go for a couple of years and we find out they're weak and ineffective and they're not getting the information they need, then you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to give them the power they need. But I think where you are today is you've got a board. Let's go forward and see if we can make it work.
Do you want to?
Yeah, we would. This was such an important part of our recommendations because we did everything else, and then we started to address some of the concerns that Congressman Kucinich was talking about earlier, and we've got to have a balance. If we're going to make government stronger, if we're going to make it more intrusive, because we think to do so increases our security, then we've got to be aware how that is encroaching on our liberties, and we figured we needed a very strong board based internally to do that. Now, we use the word strong without defining it, and that's what you're getting into. Right. If it needs subpoena power to be strong, then it ought to have subpoena power. But whatever you can do to make sure this board can work, to make sure it's strong, to make sure it'll do its job, to make sure it alerts us when we're in danger of losing some of our liberties, so we understand at least if we're making some of these choices. That's what we're after.
Okay. Let me then ask the question this way, and it would help me understand. And I think the bottom line is, I'm sitting next to a gentleman that would put a great deal more weight on the civil liberties part of the equation, and I happen to be putting a great deal more weight on the detection part and the power that this administration or the next administration needs to be able to detect and prevent so we don't have to deal with consequence. But having taken that position, I feel an absolute obligation that we have a Civil Liberties Board that has tremendous power. In 2017, what we did is we said presidential appointment, Senate ratification, fixed term, so you can't be replaced, subpoena power, and that you have a representative in each of the 16 different agencies, intelligence agencies, so that you're getting information, a full-time chairman as well. And is there anything conceptually that you would object to that in the bill? Is there anything that you would find of concern? Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Kane, any?
Look, what impresses me about this discussion is that we are asking this board to get all of the information they need to determine whether or not civil liberties have been violated or privacy has been intruded upon. And they are going to be asking for information from all kinds of agencies and departments that don't want to give it to them and will resist giving it to them. We confronted that in the 9/11 Commission. Tom and I spent hours and hours and hours negotiating to get access to information. We would request the information, and it didn't come flowing to us in an avalanche the next day. It took us 6 months, 7 or 8 months to get it. Now, this board is going to confront that problem over and over again. And the question is going to be, how tough is the board in demanding the information and getting the information that they ask for? That's going to be their tough problem. Now, they will have to analyze, and you'll have to analyze what powers they need and how those powers should be stated. I'm not enough of an expert to tell you.
I'm going to just invite both of you to just have a closing comment after Mr. Kucinich asks one question. I know you both need to get on your way and place to go, and it is 4.
I'll be brief. One of the things that I think anyone who is in this room or anyone watching will come away with after this meeting is over is the statements that were made today about how the #1 priority should be securing ourselves against a potential nuclear strike. I don't know of anyone who would disagree with that. In connection with that, Governor and Congressman, have you ever had any discussions about the merit of an international effort towards nuclear abolition? Governor?
I'm an old veteran of the freeze movement, so I had those discussions years ago. But the immediate problem that we saw when I work in the commission, and it was we were enlightened a lot by Sam Nunn and his work, was 100 sites, many of them totally unsecured, with rusty fences or with one person guarding them. And that we saw as the immediate problem. International agreements, I would be very much for, if we can achieve them, but they take time. And in the meantime, there are unguarded, or little guarded, sites that the terrorists know about, and our borders that are not as secure as we want them to be. And it's not too hard to put these things together. And so we saw the immediate threat as trying to secure these sites to the best of our ability, as fast as possible.
No, we did not discuss the abolition of nuclear weapons. I don't recall that the word abolition even came up at any time during our discussions. My reaction to your statement is that I think most experts now agree that we're on the cusp of a period of time in which you could see a very great proliferation of nuclear weapons. We've been very fortunate in the past 50 years that we've been able to constrain it as much as we have. But most of the experts, I think, recognize you're now in a very, very different climate, and the proliferation of nuclear weapons is likely. Will that, just thinking out loud for a moment, bring back the demand for abolition of nuclear weapons? I wouldn't be surprised that that would happen. If you come with me down to the Wilson Center and listen to the third world countries, if I may still use that word, the developing countries, believe you me, they're interested in the abolition of nuclear weapons. The people who are not interested in it include ourselves in the United States and most of the powers that have nuclear weapons. And they have been unwilling, we have been unwilling to discuss it.
I want to thank the gentleman and just conclude by saying, since we know that's a great threat, this might be the time for us to have a national discussion, an international discussion, again, about nuclear abolition. Thank you.
I thank both gentlemen. Would either you, Governor or Congressman Hamilton, like to just make a closing point before we get to the next panel?
Mr. Chairman, we've been very appreciative of your personal interest in the work of the 9/11 Commission, your willingness to support our recommendations. We took note of your hearings that occurred before 9/11, which were very valuable, and the hearings that have occurred since our report came out. And, of course, your sponsorship of 5017, and we're very grateful to you for that.
Thank you.
I would second all of that. You and the work of this committee, as far as we're concerned, You have done as much as anybody in the Congress, you personally, as well as this committee, to try and make sure that our recommendations get adapted. And we hope, therefore, to have a safer country for us and for our children. We thank you and members of the committee very much.
Well, the committee thanks both of you and the members of the committee and all your staff. It's just been one of the bright spots in this country in the last few years, and thank you both for working so well with each other. Thank you very much. We're going to have a 1-minute recess, and then we'll start with our second panel, which will be Carol Dinkins, accompanied by Alan Charles Rawl, the Civil Liberties Board, and we thank them for being here. This hearing is called to order. I want to thank you both for being here. I understand, Ms. Dinkins, you will be making a statement. Both will be responding to questions. Is that correct? And okay. I need to swear you both in, and then we'll go from there. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Note for the record, our witnesses have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Dinkins, you'll need to hit that button in the front there to just get it on, turn it on. And I want to say to you, whatever feelings I have about the Commission in terms of power and so on don't reflect on either of you as newly appointed members. I know you're charting a course, and it may be that you'll be able to tell me that you have the capability to do what you need to do. So, you know, I just want to make sure that you know that you're both very welcome here. We appreciate you being here, and we just really want to learn what your task is and how you think you can go about getting it done. And then we'd like you to respond to the concerns that we have and so on. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kucinich. We appreciate very much.
If you could bring that mic a little closer.
Do I have it on?
Let's see.
I think it's on now.
Yeah.
That sounds better, doesn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We very much appreciate the opportunity to testify on the organizational efforts of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. We are pleased to be here with you today. Since being administered our oaths of office on March 14th of this year, the 5 board members have worked diligently to organize, hire a staff, educate ourselves, and begin to exercise our statutory responsibilities. The board does take these responsibilities very seriously, and we seek to convey this to you today. The scope of the board's authority under the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act is obviously broad. Congress envisioned the board being empowered to carry out its mission in 2 equally important ways. First, to advise policymakers on the development of the law, regulations, and policy, and second, to conduct oversight by reviewing government actions after those laws, regulations, and policies are implemented. In exercising these authorities, the 5 members of the board seek to operate largely by consensus. We have met with a number of organizations and individuals considered experts in privacy and civil liberties matters, both within the federal government and in the private and not-for-profit sectors. In these meetings, we have sought to gather the information necessary to begin prioritizing those issues most in need of our attention. We have made great progress in this regard. We have met with senior leadership of the American Civil Liberties Union, the Center for Democracy and Technology, and the former Clinton administration OMB Chief Counselor for Privacy, Peter Swire. We are scheduled to meet in the near future with senior officials of the American Conservative Union and the Markle Foundation. which has spent a great deal of time studying issues of privacy and civil liberties in the context of homeland security and the information age. Additional fact-finding will take members of the board to the National Counterterrorism Center and the National Security Agency within the next few weeks. Additionally, Vice Chairman Rawl and I had a very helpful telephone conference last month with the chairman of the 9/11 Commission, Governor Kaine, to discuss with him the status of our efforts to stand this board up. We deeply appreciate the governor's support of this board and its efforts. Within the federal government, we have met with many senior administration officials, including then White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card, with Stephen Hadley, Assistant to the President for National Security, Francis Townsend, Assistant to the President for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism, and Harriet Myers, Counsel to the President. We have also met with John Negroponte, the Director of National Intelligence, and with then Deputy Director General Michael Hayden. And we have received guidance from the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and the Office of Management and Budget. Our support staff has begun to build institutional lines of communication and working relationship with the privacy and civil liberties officers in the executive branch, all of whom we expect to work with closely. All of these meetings have been immensely useful, and through them we have been able to identify several areas of initial interest where we believe the board can play the constructive role envisioned by Congress when it enacted the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act. The specific issue mandated by our enabling statute obligates the board to assist the executive branch in the implementation of information sharing guidelines. And to that end, at our most recent board meeting, we met with Ambassador Thomas McNamara, Program Manager in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Ambassador McNamara, as you know, has been selected and designated to oversee the implementation of the information sharing environment, including drafting appropriate guidelines. Beyond information sharing, the board hopes to focus its energies on those issues of practical concern to the American public as the federal government protects the nation from terrorism. The President has made clear that the war on terrorism must also respect the privacy rights and civil liberties of the American people. We will assist the executive branch in fulfilling this commitment. The Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act gave the board a broad mandate to review and provide advice to the President and to federal agencies, and it contains specific provisions which help ensure that the board will have access to the information that it needs to do its work. This will be done to the extent allowed by law and consistent with national security. The executive branch agencies within those confines are required to cooperate with the board. Any disagreements between the board and an agency head will be presented to the Attorney General for resolution. The board has no authority to veto or to delay executive branch actions or to order specific remedial actions. The board's legal authority derives primarily from the compelling power of suasion, the ability to know what is going on, to develop informed assessments of whether privacy and civil liberties are being or have been appropriately considered, to make observations and provide comments, and to render advice to appropriate executive branch leadership, up to and including the President, when issues are identified. The board's opportunity to report annually to Congress regarding its advice and oversight functions
also provides a further vehicle for advancing the board's mission. In creating the board, Congress considered and declined to give it subpoena power. We agree with that determination of Congress. The board has and expects to continue to enjoy the support of the White House staff and Department of Justice in obtaining the executive branch information it needs to carry out its responsibilities. With regard to interaction with the public in general, while the board is not designed or equipped to handle individual casework, citizens with concerns they would like to report to the board may do so through its website or email address. Setting up any new institution takes time and energy. We are proud of how far we have come in the short time since our swearing in less than 3 months ago. Personnel security clearances are in place. Our executive director, Mark Robbins, is building a professional and administrative support staff through the direct hires and detailees. We have a new suite of offices within the White House complex, half a block from the Eisenhower Executive Office building, and that space includes secured space for classified matters. And our budget and resources are sufficient to pursue our mission. Most importantly, we are grateful that we have received tremendous support from all levels of the White House staff, the Executive Office of the President, and the federal departments and agencies with whom we will continue to work. Congress conferred important responsibilities on this board, and we look forward to working with Congress as we embark upon this important mission. Thank you again for having us. Vice Chairman Rawl and I will be pleased to take your questions.
Thank you both very much for being here. If I were starting out doing what you are required to do, I would like to be able to do it the same way all of you are doing it. I think it's essential that you develop relationships with the various folks that you've mentioned. So, I congratulate you for doing that. I am just having a hard time understanding how the system actually works. For instance, maybe you could describe to me what you think your ultimate product needs to be. In other words, besides giving advice, what are you going to be able to do, and how do you, because I'm sure you've wrestled with this in your own minds. I could give you, for instance, let's just say the NSA is reportedly doing some information gathering that strikes many people as conflicting with the law of our land, that it involves basically getting records of Americans outside the FISA court. One, how would you even know about it? And two, what powers would you have to deal with it?
Mr. Chairman, you've...
And I'm going to ask both of you to respond to every question I ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
You have identified that indeed the central function of this board is to give its advice to the President and to the executive branch. And in fulfilling that mission, we intend to take a hard look to examine carefully the matters at hand and the matters that we believe should fall within the purview of the board's responsibility. And we will do that both as the policies and programs are formulated and then provide oversight as they are implemented.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Rawl, to respond, then I'm going to come back to you, Ms. Dinkins, in response to your point, just to have you react to it. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In terms of our work products, which the board has given a great deal of thought to, obviously advice and even more importantly perhaps influence in terms of the products of other agencies with regard to the development of policies and implementation of policies and practices to fight the war against terrorism. It's our mission, I think, to continually review these matters, become informed, see what processes have already been undertaken by others who are focused on privacy and civil liberties, and to suggest where those processes are, in our view, sufficient, insufficient, could be improved, streamlined, or otherwise. One of the things that we've already learned is that it's a mistake to believe that the new board, which I and all of us are honored to serve on, is the exclusive means by which privacy and civil liberties issues are considered and protected within the executive branch. That's not at all correct. There are many places in each department and agency where that's considered. But we have found that already, I believe, that we can make suggestions to improve the work products of other agencies and perhaps even bring personnel together who have related functions and help bring them together to improve the overall product.
Let me try to be as, I like to be candid, but let me be as direct as I can possibly be. If you view your role as advisory and giving counsel, I see logic to some measure with how we've constructed the board. I viewed it, and tell me if I'm wrong, that we wanted you to also be on the ground, aware of what was happening, and say, hello, don't think you can do that. There's a law that says this. You all are doing this. Stop it. Now, I don't think you have the capability, one, to find out about it, and secondly, I'm not sure you have the capability to stop it, because I asked Ms. Dinkins a particular issue with the NSA. Who would you have in NSA who would even tell you about it? Who would be working and answerable to your board that would let you know that, by the way, we might be spying on American citizens? That's a borderline issue of whether it's legal or not. Who would be there for you? How would you know about it? And then how would you be able to stop it? And I don't want you to, obviously, I'm not asking you to suggest you have powers you don't have. I just want to know within the framework that we've given you how you would do that. And frankly, do you even think that's your responsibility? So maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Rawle, and then we'll come back to Ms. Dinkins.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there are two models which I think you alluded to as I've been thinking during this informative hearing so far. There's a kind of an arm's-length adversarial model, which is one way of doing this board, and the other, which would be a more cooperative, influential board within the process. I was struck by Congressman Hamilton, whose reference in his response to some of your questions spoke about giving the board a chance to work and to focus on the cooperation that the board can get from within the executive branch. The statute obviously chose, in my view, the cooperative, internally influential model. So if that's correct, that it is the cooperative, influential model rather than the arm's-length adversarial one, then I would submit, Mr. Chairman, that the answer to your question of how we find out is really with the support, active support of the many most senior officials in the administration that Chairman Dinkins referred to. I mean, while I certainly recognize comments that have been made regarding independence and where this board is placed and is it in the executive branch or independent, there are benefits of being in the White House, located in the White House, and with the active support and cooperation of the White House. So the way we find out about these issues in principle would be through developing working relations with the National Security Advisor, the Counsel to the President, and Director of National Intelligence, and so on.
Okay, I'm going to, before you respond, Ms. Dinkins, let me just kind of respond to what I think I'm hearing you say. I'm trying to, and I mean no disrespect to either gentleman, but I have not seen Secretary Rumsfeld be the kind of person that allows you to sit next to him and be an equal, or, frankly, the Vice President. They're very extraordinarily intelligent, both of them, very strong-willed. I don't see them having the mentality that says, hey, we're doing something in NSA, which I'm aware of, but I'm not sure the board would like to know about. I mean, they may like to know about it. I'm not sure I want the board to know about it. If I let them know about it, then I've raised an issue that I just soon not even address. And frankly, this is so top secret, why even let them know in the first place? I mean, there's no logic that tells me that these two individuals would choose to have you even know about it, and if you did know about it, even want you to get involved. I think they would dismiss you so quick, and that's my sense of it. So sort that out for me.
Well, I think that it will be our mission to develop the kinds of relationships and to be perceived as providing the kind of value that would encourage the senior officials in the administration to share the information with us and to get, as Congressman Hamilton said, a second opinion on what's being considered and developed. Can we tell you here today that we will in the future have those relationships having just started 3 months ago? I think that's it's hard to say, but there's everything about the crafting of the statute, about the support that we believe we've received to date from the administration and from the White House in particular, that suggests we will get the support that we need from the agencies and departments, and the law would certainly require that.
Okay, let me just pursue a little bit more. There have been more than one instance in the last few months of people being surprised by the activity of particularly the NSA, the administration in general, as it relates to civil liberties. How do you envision, I mean, do you think, one, you have a right to say what the heck's going on here? Do you think you have the right to go to the head of the NSA and say, I want to know, and I want to know as quickly as possible? Do you think that I mean, it is, I mean, if they only told the top 4 people in the House and the top 4 people in the Senate, why are they going to tell you about it? I mean, I just don't know under what basis you're going to be able to exert that authority. Maybe, Ms. Dinkins, you can tell me, I mean, this is a real-life example. I mean, this is highly classified information. What makes them want the administration say, okay, now that it's been public, we're going to just, I mean, let's say now it's public, you say, we didn't know about it, and you want to find out about it. How's that system going to work?
Mr. Chairman, let me go back to what Vice Chairman Roth said. In the statute, we are provided with the authority to seek information from executive branch agencies. And there is an exception in the statute, and that is if the Director of National Intelligence concludes that it should not be provided, if the Attorney General concludes for very specific reasons that it should not be provided to the board. That is the statutory mechanism for us not to receive information. We expect that as we develop the areas that we will be addressing our attention to, that we will make various requests of agencies, and I'm speaking here generally. And to go to the specific point that you raised, we would expect that if we make those requests of agencies, that if they choose not to provide us information that we have sought, that they would go through the exception process that's laid out in the statute as it was established by Congress.
Okay. Let me thank you for responding to my questions, and now turn it over to Mr. Kucinich.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Dinkins, can you name any example where the White House Privacy and Civil Liberties Board has objected to or at least raised concerns with a program initiated by the administration?
Mr. Kucinich, we have not existed for very long, and being a new board, we are developing not only the administrative matters that I described, getting space and hiring staff, but we are also evaluating the areas where we believe we can provide advice and be of substantive support and assistance in the area of privacy and civil liberties. And as we move into that arena, we will be getting into specific matters. But it is premature yet to be at that point.
Well, does the board intend to review the administration's snooping into Americans' library records?
The board is considering, and we have sought input, as I said earlier, from the American Civil Liberties Union and from others as to what areas they believe the board would be well advised to look into.
Do you intend to review the administration's NSA eavesdropping program?
As I said in my testimony, we have recently received all of our clearances, and within the next few weeks, we will be getting briefings at NSA and at the National Counterterrorism Center. And as we get those briefings and as we understand the processes, the procedures, the programs that are in place to protect privacy and civil liberties, that will enable us to develop what we believe is the agenda that is most immediate for this board.
Do you intend to review the administration's NSA domestic telephone record data mining program?
We will be looking at data mining issues, and as part of that, evaluate and then determine specific programs and policies that we think the board should take a look at.
Do you intend to review the administration's Department of Defense Talon program that uses domestic surveillance on peace groups?
That is another area where we will evaluate the possible role of the board in considering that program.
Ms. Dinkins, would you permit the board's own phones to be tapped if you know it was in the interest of national security?
I haven't thought about that question. I think there are probably a number of laws that would govern that.
Final question, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dinkins, would you be willing to provide the subcommittee copies of meeting transcripts or notations?
We will consider that.
Thank you very much.
Before the gentlelady goes, and she can have as much time as she wants, when you're asking, when you say you haven't thought of the security level, that it would seem to me that you would have to have the highest security level, and if I'm hearing this right, so that you can get into the areas which may, in the end, be the most evasive to civil liberties. I can't imagine that you would want to have anything less than the highest. And even if it ended up being that the chairman and vice chairman would have the very highest, I would think that would be essential. And maybe we can, in this part of dealing with, as you explain how you're sorting this out, it's so helpful. It might be helpful for us to have continued dialogue with our committee, because we've thought about this for 6 to 8 years, and we have opinions that may be helpful to all of you. You need the highest security level possible. Otherwise, you'll never even dent NSA. Ms. Maloney, you have as much time as you'd like.
Thank you. What is the status of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Board, Oversight Board's hiring of staff? How many staff members will the board have in total?
We have an executive director and brought him on board at our very first meeting, and we have an administrative assistant. We are in the process of hiring an executive director, a deputy executive director, general counsel. And then Congress provided us a very important opportunity for staff by providing that we would be able to have detailees from the various agencies and departments on a non-reimbursable basis. And so we have reached out and begun the process of bringing detailees into our work.
So right now, you have one staff member, the executive director, is that correct? And you're reaching out for how many detailees? 5, 10, 20?
We also have an administrative assistant, and we are seeking to engage a deputy executive director, general counsel. And as to detailees, as we develop our agenda, then we will bring on board the detailees that we need to further our work.
So as of today, you have 2 employees?
Yes, that's correct.
Director and the AA. And is the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board reviewing the following publicly reported matters that have been all over the papers? Just say yes or no. The NSA's reported domestic eavesdropping program.
That is among the matters that the board has considered, and we will have a large number of items that we will consider what role it will have in our agenda.
But right now, the answer is no, correct? You have not requested any documents or interviews in connection with this publicly reported matter. Is that correct?
What the board is doing, as I explained earlier, is meeting with...
I heard that. I just wanted to know, have you requested any documents on this program? And so far, the answer is no, correct?
Yes.
So far, the answer is no. You're still getting ready. Secondly, has the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, have you looked at the NSA's reported domestic phone data collection program? Have you requested any information, documents, or interviews on that particular program?
As I said earlier, we have just recently received our clearances, and we are going to be...
By the way, is your clearance at TS level or an SCI level?
SCI.
SCI. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, has the board looked into the DOJ's reported data retentions request to Internet companies, again, publicly in the papers all the time?
Mrs. Maloney, may I respond?
Sure.
One of the important attributes of our role as providing advice and retaining credibility to have influence, which was suggested in the earlier panel and which I think is very important to us, really obligates us to preserve that ability by not prematurely getting into what the nature of the internal discussions is. We really do, I believe I can speak for the board, take our role very seriously and want to ensure that privacy and civil liberties are appropriately considered in many of these topics that you've raised. And I think that it wouldn't be appropriate for us to say yes or no, we've provided advice, requested documents on them, when our ability to influence the executive branch really turns on our credibility, on our not prematurely getting into whether we think it's good or bad or what. So I would just suggest that with respect, if we could do what we can to maintain our power internally, our credibility and influence by not touching on some of these very sensitive subjects before appropriate.
Well, this body, Congress, is practicing oversight, and I think it's a totally legitimate question. Yes. When an oversight board has been created by the executive and by the Congress, that we inquire what you're looking into. I don't think that the whole purpose of oversight is not to keep everything secret. We're not making a determination whether it's appropriate or not. I am reading reports in the press. There's a list of them that I'm concerned about, and I'm wondering if you've requested any documents, requested any interviews, if you've initiated any investigation or oversight. I feel that for me not to ask what my constituents are bringing to me as their top concerns would be why have a hearing.
Sure.
So I think it's totally legitimate for me to ask. You can answer no, we don't think it's appropriate now, but at least answer. That's
sure.
all.
Mrs. Maloney, I didn't mean to suggest the question isn't appropriate. I believe it entirely is, and the issues that you've raised are certainly relevant issues. The question is if we start discussing what requests we've made and what information we've received, then the people who, as it was said earlier by, I believe, both Governor Kaine and Congressman Hamilton, the people that we need to talk to are appropriately very sensitive about all this information. And so it seems critical to the success of our job, our mission, if, while the questions are altogether completely legitimate, it can nonetheless undermine our ability to play an influential role, which I think is the purpose of the statute.
Well, I'm not requesting you or asking you to judge the programs. I just want to know whether or not you care about it. whether or not you're taking steps to look into it. This is called oversight. My constituents call me and say, are you looking into this? And I think it's totally appropriate to ask whether you're looking into what has been publicly reported. But the questions I'm asking has absolutely nothing to do with secrecy. These are programs and activities that have been on the front page of all the major newspapers and regional papers in the entire country. So I don't feel that...
Well, the gentlelady yield.
So
I think what we obviously know, you have just started, and so you haven't gotten to this point where you're in full operation. But are you in a process now where you are starting to ask questions about particular programs? Or have you not even begun that process?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are looking at a wide array of areas that we believe might be appropriate for the board to focus on. Okay. And we will do that through a number of mechanisms, perhaps by having one of our board members.
Let me just make sure. You can respond to the other part. I don't want to take Ms. Maloney's time right now, given though she could use as much time as she wants. I just want to know, because I'm just trying to set up a point in which we can figure out how we can get a response to questions without going too far. The bottom line is you have started operation, but you're in the beginning stages. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So it would be logical if there is something in the news that is of interest to the public, the press, to Congress, for you to say, we're looking at it if you are. If there are things that aren't in the news and you choose not to make them news, that's another issue I think that Ms. Maloney would understand, because we want you to be able to pursue issues where you have concern. So I guess what I'm saying is it seems to me you can respond to Ms. Maloney if she's asking you, are you looking at, for instance, the issues of the NSA that have been so public? I think it would be shocking if you weren't, and I don't think it reveals much if you say yes. It probably reveals more if you say no. But do you understand? If we could figure out how we can have a meaningful dialogue without pressing you too much on two issues. One, we know you're just getting started, and secondly, and you'll be back. We'll have you back, and there'll be an opportunity to get into greater depth. So do you get a sense of where I'm coming from?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we were trying to answer the question.
Okay.
And what we're trying to say is that because we are in the initial stages of getting the board up and running, and we do believe that we've made great progress in that regard, we are assembling an array of areas that have been expressed to us by those with whom we have met both within the executive branch and outside, and we have made ourselves available to meet with members of Congress and would welcome such meetings so that we could understand, as Congressman Maloney said, what her constituents are bringing to her attention that they're interested in. We welcome all of that input so that we can then evaluate where we think it would be best for us to spend our time and the resources of the board. And we are not at a point yet, because we have just been taking in these suggestions and developing our own ideas about what we might pursue. We're not at a point where we can say, yes, we're looking at that, or no, we're not looking at that, because at this point, many things are on the table for us.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
It has been publicly reported extensively, DOD's reportedly increased role in domestic surveillance activities. Is this an area that you are considering looking into?
We are certainly cognizant of the reports on those programs, and those are things, that is the sort of thing that we have on our list of areas to consider.
Okay, and also DOD's reported data mining activities. Is that on your list of things to possibly consider?
Yes.
That is. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And what information has the administration provided to you to date? Have you even requested any information from the administration to date? Have you requested any information, any documents, any reviews, any interviews? Have you requested anything from the administration to date?
Speaking in a general sense, as I have said earlier, we have had a substantial number of briefings, and we have requested information that will help us learn the areas that we might have an interest in studying, and we will continue to do that.
Has the administration denied access to any information that any of its members have sought in connection with the activities of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board?
As I said earlier, we have had a very great amount of support and assistance from the administration, and we have felt that we have been provided with a great deal of cooperation.
So I assume the answer is no, that the administration has not denied you any access to any information. Have you requested information and they have denied to give it to you? That's my question.
As I said earlier, the way the statute is set up, it's very clear under what circumstances, if we make a specific request, that information can be denied. And
so has the administration invoked the legislative process not to provide information you have requested?
We have not gotten to that stage where that would have been an issue.
Okay, so you have not been denied any information you've asked for, but you may not have asked for any information at this point. Okay. Is there a process in place for the administration to seek review or consideration of new policies and procedures for the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board so that you could assess the potential impact on privacy and civil liberties prior to implementation? In other words, there have been some programs put in place that some of the American public has protested to it. Do they have a process to speak to you first about what they intend to do to see whether or not there might be an objection because it violates privacy from your board?
We have established a website, and we welcome information, and we certainly, if anything is brought to our attention, we will consider it, or if it's something that is about a specific matter that is not within our purview, then we would refer it to whatever we thought to be the appropriate entity to review it. We're not established as a federal advisory committee, and we're not subject to the open meetings requirements of Title V. And so if your question was whether we have a process for open meetings or for public hearings, no, that is not part of the statute that established us.
The question was there a policy in place for the administration to seek review or consideration of new policies and procedures to the board so that you can assess the potential impact on privacy and civil liberties prior to implementation? In other words, a preventive step or a review before taking policies that might be controversial.
Mrs. Maloney, may I just address that? We have established certain processes that are standard within the administration, namely the OMB clearance process, the White House Staff Secretary process, and establishing both board level and staff level coordination within the White House with the relevant councils. I recognize, I think anyone would, that some of the most sensitive matters are not necessarily going to go through the OMB clearance process. Although as a former general counsel of OMB, sometimes I thought that everything should go through that. But as Chairman Dinkins indicated, our meetings with the individuals that she described in the testimony is intended as a basis to establish dialogues and relationships and systems and processes so that we can carry out the statutory mandate, which is to be in a position to continually review the development of these policies. So as a board, we certainly intend to establish those processes. We've begun to do so in what I'll call the more standard White House clearance mechanisms, but we recognize that we do need to speak with other agencies that are relevant.
Is there a process in place for government employees to approach the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board in confidence to alert the board of policies or practices that they believe unduly infringe upon the privacy and civil liberties of Americans?
As I said in my testimony, our executive director is part of the community of those who are concerned with privacy and civil liberties throughout the government, and he is working with his counterparts in the various departments and agencies. We expect that by virtue of the board being visible and being accessible through his work, and the fact that our members are known and we have offices here in D.C., that those who might wish to contact us would have every opportunity to do so.
And how will the board, your board, make its findings and conclusions and advice known to the administration? How often will you do so, and will you do it publicly?
As Vice Chairman Rawls said, we believe that a big part of our effectiveness will be that we are working within the executive branch, that we can bring to bear the suasion that I described in my testimony and that was recognized, we believe, by the 9/11 Commission, and that much of that will be done in the opportunities to meet with people one-on-one, to meet with them in groups as we work through various issues. But we also, under our statutory authorization, are to provide an annual report to Congress. And so we expect that that will be one of the mechanisms by which the members and the public will have the opportunity to see the work of the board.
Mr. Shays has some questions.
No, I'd like to make sure that Mr. Van Hollen goes, and then we'll come back to you if you have some follow-up. Mr. Van Hollen, thank you for your patience.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also thank you, Mrs. Maloney, for all your leadership on these issues. And I understand and appreciate the fact that the board is just beginning to get up and running, and there's a large amount of material to cover and catch up with in a short amount of time. So I am interested, though, in how you perceive your authority and how you would go about resolving potential issues that arise in terms of trying to get information from the administration. As the co-chairman and vice chairman of the 9/11 Commission, Governor Kaine and Congressman Hamilton pointed out in their efforts on the 9/11 Commission, the fact that they had subpoena power was a very important tool. At least on at least 3 occasions, they had to issue subpoenas to get material that they sought. They were able to resolve those cases amicably, but the fact that they had subpoena power, in their opinions, allowed them to get a lot of other information that they didn't have to issue subpoenas for. So I guess the question is, and I know the statute sort of lays out a process by which you can request information and that the agency can then deny it. It gets reviewed by the Attorney General and others make a final determination. Beyond what recourse will you have if you go through that process? Do you think that there's information essential to your function as an oversight board, and you're unable to get that information? This piggybacks a little bit on the questions that Mrs. Maloney was asking you. That is something I assume you'd be willing to come before Congress and testify about, or is it not?
We expect that as part of the executive branch, and certainly given the fact that we are located within the executive office of the President, that the executive branch departments and agencies will understand the important role of this board and that they will cooperate with the board as we seek information. We believe the process that's laid out in the statute is for those instances when the head of an agency and our board simply cannot agree on whether we should receive information or not. And so there is the process for our board to go to the Attorney General and ask that the information be provided us. We think that 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 is a process that is clear. We think it is a process that is workable, and we expect that when we seek information that in virtually all instances we will get it. And if we invoke the process laid out in the statute, that it will be because there is a very real concern on the part of the head of an agency about providing it to this board. We think the Attorney General is the right place for the ultimate decision to rest.
I understand. I understand the process. My question's a little different than that, because I want to understand what you perceive the role of Congress to be. After all, this board was a creation of the Congress. It was part of a statute passed by Congress. And we are going to be relying, in many cases, on the board to fulfill the function of guaranteeing civil liberties. At the same time, we provide for the security of the nation, and that you strike that correct balance. So my question is how forthcoming you're going to be with members of Congress, or how you perceive your responsibilities to Congress. If, for example, you go through this process and you don't obtain the information that you were requested, and the 9/11 Commission was stymied on several occasions, and you're in front of a committee hearing just like this, would you agree that it's part of your responsibility, if asked, at least, to inform Congress when the administration has, through the process outlined in the statute, denied you information that you think is needed for to conduct your responsibilities?
Congressman, we haven't faced that situation because we haven't been in existence long enough to have evaluated it.
I understand that. That's why I prefaced my comments by saying I understand you're just in startup mode. But I'm trying to understand how you envision your responsibilities and the oversight role of Congress with respect to your activities.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's really an essential question, and maybe it's that you haven't had a chance to talk to your other members of the board to just have them all have a buy-in. But I would like to think if you didn't feel you were getting cooperation, that you would make sure that it was known. Because if you're not getting cooperation, then you're not going to be able to do your job. We have a right to know if you're going to be able to do your job. And if you don't, then we have to appraise what needs to happen. It strikes me that that's kind of logical. If you kind of wrestle with that comment, maybe you could explain to Ms. Van Hollen and me why you would be reluctant to be able to respond to that now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. And I understand, I think, what it is you're asking. I don't feel that we are yet in a position to really look down the road and anticipate how this might arise and in what context. And I think what would be best is for the Vice Chairman and I to take back to the other members of our board the questions that you have raised and the concerns that you have expressed about your oversight function and about your ability to understand whether the board feels that it is able to pursue its mission. And let us please contemplate that as the board is moving forward and getting underway with its work. It's hard to anticipate the specifics that would put us in a place where that would be the next step. And I think that we need to understand that and work through it as we move into getting the important work of the board done.
Well,
I'm sorry. It's hard for me to contemplate, though, and you raised the question. Why don't you just respond to...
Well, let me just follow up, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your jumping in on this, because I do think this is an important area, and I hope the board will review it quickly, because, again, I think the statute's clear. There are certain steps you have to go through, but in terms of this information gathering process. But at the end of the day, if you're denied information that you think is essential to your function, and I believe you should, approach members of Congress, but at the very least, if you're asked a question, at a hearing, it seems to me you have a responsibility to allow the Congress to know. Another thing that's going to come up down the road is not just whether you're getting cooperation with respect to documents you're seeking, but with whether or not the recommendations you're making in terms of protecting civil liberties are being followed by the administration. I can assure you that the chairman of this committee, other members of this committee, are going to want to know not the details classified. I mean, that can be done in a classified form, but they're going to want to know if the board that is established to provide oversight over civil liberties makes recommendations to the administration, if those recommendations are being ignored or not ignored. So if you haven't considered that issue as a board, I encourage you to do so, because I understand your view that this is somehow a creature or within the executive branch. On the other hand, I believe it has very much a responsibility to the American people in Congress. Let me just ask this question. I asked Governor Kaine and Congressman Hamilton when they were testifying whether or not the information that's come out with respect to domestic wiretapping would be something that he thought that would be under your purview. The answer was yes from both. Whether you should seek documents and information on that, the answer was yes, and whether you should have a role in oversight there. Now, the fact of the matter is, if the New York Times hadn't broken that story back in December, the American people would not have known about it. And the question is whether you as a board would have known anything about it, number one. Number two, if you had, whether you would have been able to get access to any of the information that they've denied to members of the Intelligence Committee, a majority of the members of the Intelligence Committee, and if you had made recommendations, whether they would have been heard. And it doesn't do the American people any good to have a board that's supposed to be oversight of civil liberties if you're denied that information, or you make recommendations that say this is a breach of civil liberties and nobody ever knows, and we still have to rely on the New York Times rather than the board. So I'm very interested in how you view your responsibilities with respect to congressional oversight and the extent to which you're going to vigorously pursue documents and information. You have a much more sanguine view of the degree of cooperation you may be getting. Maybe it's because this administration has essentially thumbed its nose at many congressional requests for information. I hope you're more fortunate. I don't think the track record is good, and that's why you're getting questions from a number of people as to what recourse do you think you have if you're denied information beyond the provisions in the statute, and whether or not you're willing to be public about it. So I hope you will consider those issues. And let me just end with the question I floated with respect to recommendations. If you make a strongly felt recommendation that's ignored by the administration, and you're before the Congress, and you're asked whether or not you think the administration, any administration, is adequately protecting the civil liberties, and you've made a recommendation that's been ignored, are you going to feel free to divulge to Congress that your recommendations were ignored?
As I said earlier, that's putting us in a place where we have not been, in a place where we are not yet experienced with. And we are certainly mindful of the oversight role of Congress, and one of the things that we will be considering is what goes into the report to Congress when we provide that, and part of that will be as well what would be the level of detail about the work that we have done. And may we have a word from our Vice Chair?
If I may, Mr. Van Hollen, just to add a general comment, I think it's important for us to convey the sense that we very much hold, which it's critical to the success of our mission, of our board's mandate, to maintain good relations with Congress. I mean, we are here today at the invitation of this committee. We wanted to appear and testify before you. We have reached out to members of Congress and the Senate to make ourselves available to them to hear their thoughts. I think that Chairman Shays earlier said that this committee has lots of experience and knowledge in these areas, and we're very well aware of that. We would like to benefit from that. I think you heard Chairman Hamilton, Governor Kaine say that we reached out to him. We've reached out to the ACLU, to the Center for Democracy and Technology. We've been scheduling other meetings. We really have tried to reach out to hear the suggestions, the comments, the criticisms as well from knowledgeable parties who may be coming from lots of different perspectives. We do intend for the work of the board to proceed robustly, and part of that is having a good constructive dialogue, we hope, with this committee, and other congressional entities as well. So that's very much a part of the way we see our operation.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. We obviously don't know the end of the story. It's an evolving process. But I must just close by saying, Mr. Chairman, that I believe an essential part of your role here is reporting and keeping Congress informed of the extent to which you're successful in your own views of protecting civil liberties as we go about protecting national security interests of the people of this country. And I can assure you that in addition to the annual report, there are going to be congressional committees like this one. At least there's some in the House of Representatives who are interested in providing the necessary oversight. And beyond just an annual report, people are going to be asking you the kind of questions that we're asking today, and it will be at a point in time where it will not be premature in the sense that you haven't asked and been denied. And so I just ask of you to prepare for that, because in order for us to have this productive relationship, I think that the board's going to have to be forthcoming on these important issues. And I hope that next time we meet, in this area of civil liberties, the 9/11 Commission gave out there were 3 grades. 2 of them were Ds. One of them was a D with respect to this board. And I'm hoping next time they're invited back, they'll raise your grade. And I guess the jury is still out on that question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I know Ms. Maloney has 1 or 2 more questions. I want to get to our third panel and look forward to their reaction to the first 2 panels. But what is coming across to me is obviously the fact that we have the adversary model and we have the cooperative influential model, that given the structure of the committee, you're arguing that it's going to be a cooperative influential model. In other words, you're going to seek cooperation and try to influence an advisory role to the White House. And I tend to believe, given the powers you have, that's probably the only way you could proceed. Even with an adversary model, it's nice to find ways you can cooperate. But what I'm struck with is that all of us up here know that you're going to have a point in time where you need to get information and you're not going to get it. You're just simply not going to get the information. And what will be curious is how you deal with it after you've done everything under the sun to get the information. You're not going to get the information. I mean, we have worked with the administration. I speak as a Republican. They have a view about this kind of stuff. And it's not one that seeks to facilitate. I think particularly of 2 strong personalities who are very involved in this. And that would be the Secretary of Defense, who has control over more of the intelligence than anyone else, and a Vice President who I think he appears to think like and appears to support the view of the Secretary of Defense. So there will be a point in time when you're going to have a head-to-head. And the question we have is, are you going to just sweep it under the carpet, or eventually are you going to get the information? And if you don't get the information, are you going to make sure, one way or the other, that at least it's known that you didn't get the information, that you weren't able to do the job? That's kind of where we're coming from. I'm not looking for an answer, but I'm just explaining to you that we've got some issues here. And the Attorney General can veto what you do. That's a fact. He can facilitate or he can veto. He plays a huge role here. And it raises questions about what happens when he doesn't take your side and you don't get information that you need. Do we just walk away? And then how can we up here have confidence that the civil liberties of the American people are being protected? If I'm giving more power to this administration as a member of Congress, I want to make sure there is more oversight and greater safeguards. And so it'll be good to have you back when you've been there a little longer. And I will say that I believe there's only 1 Democratic member on the board. Is that correct?
We have 1 Democrat, and we have as well a career military officer who's retired now.
Does that mean he's unaffiliated, or is he a Republican member?
I don't know.
Well, it does matter. It does matter.
because it does matter to me that there be, when the 9/11 Commission, there were 6 Republicans and 6 Democrats. I think if you had had 12 Republicans, even if they came up with the same results, people wouldn't logically feel very comfortable, and I wouldn't blame them. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
May I say just a word about the board? It is intended, specified in the statute, that it be an independent and experienced group of board members, and the board, as I have said, has met a number of times, and it's been very collegial, and it's been very enthusiastic about its mission and very committed to carrying out the function that was assigned it by Congress.
Yeah, I don't know how we have given you independence the way we set it up. I just don't know how we've made you independent. You're part of the White House. Most are of one party. You have to use the cooperative model. The adversary model isn't in your powers. You don't have subpoena power, and just having subpoena power, frankly, we have threatened in this committee as a Republican chairman in a Republican-controlled Congress trying to get information from the White House, we have sometimes had to threaten to use subpoena power. If we didn't have that capability, we never would have gotten the information. Never, ever. So, but, you know, it's just what we're going to wrestle with. And Ms. Maloney, and then we'll get on to the next panel.
Following up on the chairman's questioning, when you reach a point where they will not provide the information to you, will the board request additional powers, additional authorities, such as a subpoena power? Would you publicly request it if you could not get the information you needed to make a determination?
Yes.
You would? Yes?
No, I did not say yes. I was going to say that we do not see that subpoena power would be a useful addition to the powers of the board, because the board rests within the executive branch, and the executive branch doesn't subpoena itself. The executive branch is one of the 3 parts of the federal government, and so it is a different relationship than that between Congress and the executive branch. It would be incongruous for one part of the executive branch to subpoena the other. And we think that's recognized in how the statutory authorities and powers are established and the processes that are established that we've already discussed.
So you're testifying that you are not independent, you are part of the executive, and you would not be requesting, if you could not get information that you asked for, you're part of the administration and you would not push for it, is basically what you're saying. But your title says Oversight Board. Oversight. You have now 2 employees. Would you request additional funding so that maybe you could have a research assistant to help you look into some of these publicly reported alleged violations of privacy?
As I said earlier, we are in the process of hiring additional staff, and we are reaching out to bring detailees. We also are authorized to engage consultants on a contract basis. So we have a number of mechanisms to bring people on board to help this board with its work.
Have you engaged any consultants as yet?
We have not.
And do you believe you have appropriate funding to carry your responsibilities forward?
Yes, we do.
How will the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board decide what issues or matters to prioritize for review? There's so many out there in front of us now. I just mentioned 5 that I would be looking into if I were in your position. But how are you going to prioritize the issues coming before you?
The board is actively reaching out to seek the input of those who work closely in the area of privacy and civil liberties. We are asking what they think the priorities of the board might be and should be, and we are also asking the officials whom I set out in my testimony, what they think the board can most effectively focus on and prioritize. And when the board has taken in that information, then we will work hard to evaluate the various suggestions and set the priorities based on our own look at an examination of all the input that we have gotten.
And how will the board coordinate its activities with various departmental privacy officers and inspector generals?
As I said earlier, we have assured that our executive director is part of the network of the privacy and civil liberties officers, of whom there are a goodly number throughout the executive branch. That's a very important part of making sure that the board accomplishes its work.
I would like to ask unanimous consent to place into the record an article in the Miami Herald on civil liberties and on hopes for the board. And incidentally, it endorses legislation that I've authored to strengthen the board. And I'd ask permission to put this excellent viewpoint into the record. No objection?
I'm sorry, without objection, I also want to, at the same time, ask unanimous consent that the following be made part of the record testimony of Mr. Frank Fetchett, father of Brad, who passed away at age 24 and would now be 29, and husband of our witness here today, Mary Fetchett, and a statement of Carrie Lemack, a daughter of Judy LaRock and co-founder of Families of September 11th, and without objection, they'll be submitted as well. Should we get to the next panel?
Yes, we should.
Okay. Is there any, before leaving, is there anything that we should have asked that you would have liked to be part of this record? Any comment that we should make? Mr. Rawl, anything that you'd like to put in?
Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for inviting us, and thank you for your interest in the work of the board.
Well, we are extraordinarily interested, and your testimony is helpful. I mean, we have some very big concerns, but we don't question the authenticity and the sincerity to which you both approach this job, as well as the other board members, and we'll look forward to continued dialogue, and hopefully we can be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have my list. Do you have a list of it? Would now welcome Miss Mary Fetchett, New Canaan, Connecticut. She's the mother of Brad, and we appreciate her being here. Mrs. Carol Ashley, the mother of Janice, Mr. Abraham Scott, the husband of Janice Marie Scott, Mr. Don Goodrich, father of Peter Goodrich. We thank all four of you for listening to the other panels. We would love reaction, and you might not sit down because I'll swear you in before you sit down. We would love your reaction to the first two panels, and we look forward sincerely to your insights. Mr. Scott, we're going to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let me say before swearing you in, it's a privilege to have all four of you here. Thank you for being here. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if I could just say,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I just wanted to say briefly again what a privilege it is to have all of you. I have a previously scheduled meeting with our Service Academy nominees that I'm already late to. I'm going to try and get back, but I just wanted to apologize for having to leave. I'm going to do my very best to get back. I've got people waiting, and these are people who were accepted to our military academies around the country. But it's a privilege to be here with you, and again, I hope to return. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Van Hollen, thank you for your participation today, and I think the families know you're concerned about this issue, and I'm sure they're very grateful. Let me say to you, I think you've all testified before. Ms. Goodrich as well?
Never before a committee.
Well,
Let me just welcome all four of you. You are the driving force behind all the good that I think this Congress has done, and I realize that we have a ways to go. But you are all heroes in our eyes, absolute heroes. And we thank you for your patience. We wanted you to listen to what was said by the other government officials. Sometimes we have you testify first, but we wanted your reaction. We want to know what you think about what you heard, and we want you to feel comfortable to address this as long as you would like. And I'll just obviously say, for the sake of it, I have a constituent, so among the four of you, Ms. Fetchett is first among equals. Ms. Fetchett.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of this distinguished committee. It's an honor to appear here before you today and to provide testimony at this virtually important hearing. My name is Mary Fetchett. I'm founding director of Voices of September 11th, a 9/11 family advocacy group I founded after the death of my 24-year-old son, Brad. My husband, Frank, who was unable to attend, is also submitting testimony. Thank you from both of us. My goal today is to advocate for something I feel strongly about, creating the proper balance between increased security in a post-9/11 environment and preserving our sacred civil liberties. I am also here to ask for Congress's help in implementing the 9/11 recommendations. September 11th was a defining moment in the history of our country that changed how we view the safety of our families and our nation. Along with nearly 3,000 families, my family suffered a tragic loss, the loss of our 24-year-old son, Brad. I'll share this photograph of Brad with you. Since his death, I view my life in two chapters, before September 11th and after September 11th. Unfamiliar with the political system, I naively believed our government was performing its fundamental duty to protect its citizens. Like many Americans, my sense of security and my faith in our government's effectiveness was shattered on September 11th. My introduction to Washington began in July 2002 when I spoke at a rally to support legislation proposed to create a 9/11 commission. Over the next 3 years, I made many trips, too many to count, to Washington, along with a handful of family members. As victims' family members, we brought the human face and the voice of the victims to the terrorism public policy debate. Although we met many roadblocks on every level of government, through a bipartisan effort of like-minded members of Congress, both Congressman Shays and Congresswoman Maloney, and also with the help of the 9/11 commissioners, we succeeded in passing the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004. But tragically, nearly 2 years after the legislation was signed, these reforms have not been fully implemented, and over half of the recommendations have not been legislated. Government has a fundamental responsibility to protect its citizens, and there can be no debate that our government failed us on 9/11. Yet despite the ongoing threat of another more serious terrorist attack, nuclear, biological, or chemical, the government is moving much too slowly. I feel strongly that the 9/11 Commission's final report set a comprehensive framework for long overdue sweeping government reform. The recommendations must be embraced in totality, not implemented in a piecemeal fashion. It is my opinion that currently we are handpicking some, but not all, of the recommendations, which jeopardizes their effectiveness and creates an imbalance in the system. Clearly, this situation has occurred with regard to balancing increased security and establishing a Civil Liberties Board. The reauthorization of the Patriot Act and the expansion of wartime powers makes it easier for America's counterterrorism services to gather intelligence. Yet progress in creating a Civil Liberties Board to supervise these powers has been painfully slow, with delays in the confirmation process, limited funding and staff. The board has been slow to meet and lacks the necessary independence and subpoena power to investigate potential civil liberties violations. Establishing a toothless board only creates an illusion that our civil liberties are being protected and perpetuates an environment of controversy and partisan debates around the misuse of powers. Recent news reports raise serious questions about violations that should be investigated. Without a robust, independent Civil Liberties Board, there is little hope that these potential violations will be appropriately investigated. I believe the Civil Liberties Board should be empowered to protect against the violations of the fundamental principles of our democracy. I'd like to talk about a couple of other issues that are important to me. Interoperability. On 9/11, over 600 individuals, I feel, needlessly died in the South Tower of the World Trade Center buildings, the second building hit by an airplane. My son Brad was one of them. The occupants of the building were ordered to remain in their offices, and individuals attempting to evacuate were sent back up. On 9/11, hundreds of lives could have been saved if the first responders were able to communicate accurate information to the occupants of the building. I was shocked not just a year ago to learn interoperability was identified as a problem in a GAO report in 1995, but Congress neglected to address the issue. Although progress has been made in setting a deadline to allocate additional radio spectrum, Congress must now realistically evaluate the monies required to convert systems nationally and ensure an operating system is coordinated when the spectrum is available. I have to say I agree with the commissioners that 2009 is much too late. It needs to be moved up. Information sharing. The 9/11 Commission report concluded that key information was not shared between and amongst government agencies, allowing the 9/11 plot to escape detection. The December 2004 intelligence legislation sought to remedy that failure by creating the position of a program manager. Recent government reviews have been highly critical of the state of information sharing and have indicated that almost 5 years later, the status has not greatly improved. We hear complaints from state and local authorities that have chosen to operate independently because they have not been included in receiving key information. For example, New York City, the NYPD, created their own counterterrorism intelligence capability and have established relationships with foreign countries. Without a coordinated effort to share information on the local, state, and federal level, we remain vulnerable today. I'd also like to mention, I believe that Homeland Security funding should be determined by risk and vulnerability. And I am just appalled to see what's happened in New York and Washington with the landmark buildings and the icons. We all know that these cities are very vulnerable today, and I stand next to you to support your effort in getting those funds back. Congressional reform. Congress has little choice to tackle oversight reform of the 9/11 legislation if the legislation is to succeed. And I brought this organizational chart. It's from the 108th Congress. And even my son looked at this and said, how do they make a decision and who's in charge? As you can see, most congressional committees have some jurisdiction over Homeland Security, making the current system prone to turf battles and inertia. Simply put, and through my husband's testimony with his business background, the current system is dangerously dysfunctional and undermines America's ability to prevent terrorist attacks both at home and abroad. Streamlining the number of committees may be a long and painful process, I understand, here in Washington, but it is necessary to ensure proper oversight and accountability. Congress must reform itself to provide the focus and transparent oversight required by the American people. Afghanistan. Voices of September 11th facilitated a cultural exchange project with an organization sponsoring 2 schools in Afghanistan. We have been notified by the schools that they've had to close their doors recently due to direct threats to their students and a general state of unpredictability and unrest. Although Afghanistan has made great progress since the Taliban has defeated, we are very concerned about the recent reports of anti-American riots and an increase in insurgents. We have a responsibility in a narrow window of time to help create an infrastructure and cultivate an ally in the war against terrorism. In addition, which was mentioned earlier, it's just shocking to me that 5 years after 9/11, Osama bin Laden and his generals are still at large. And it seems to me that there's really no clear plan or sense of urgency to capture them. Has our government forgotten its responsibility to bring them to justice? Our country came together on 9/11 with a unified promise that we will never forget. I am told that Congress stood on the steps of the Capitol building and vowed to work together. However, I am troubled by the partisanship, turf battles, and the agenda of special interest groups that are preventing implementation of the 9/11 Commission recommendations. Our families have no alternative than to live with the constant reminder of the horrific nature of the death of our loved ones. My husband and I have been notified of bone fragments of our son Brad on 5 different occasions, and yet we only have a very small portion of his body. About half the people have never been notified. Their loved one just disappeared on September 11th. I cannot begin to convey to you how difficult this is. After having suffered this horrific loss, to have to travel here to Washington, as Carol and I have done over the last 5 years, to convince our government officials to make our country safer and to make it a priority, words don't describe it. Yet we're here again today to act as your conscience and once again put a human face on the victims that lost loved ones on 9/11, and to ask for your support in implementing the 9/11 Commission recommendations. I'm speaking to the choir here today because I'm indebted to both Congressman Shays and Congresswoman Maloney, and certainly the commissioners that were here earlier today. And we'll continue to stand beside you. Through Voices of September 11th, I commit to provide ongoing support to those impacted by 9/11 and to continue to advocate for the implementation of the 9/11 Commission reforms. But I challenge everyone on this committee, and I challenge Congress to make these recommendations a priority in the upcoming election debates and to educate your constituents about the sense of urgency. America needs your leadership and determination. The future of our families and the safety of our nation ultimately rests in your hands. Thank you.
Mary Fetchett, Carol Maloney and I are indebted to you, and Congress is indebted to you, and the country is indebted to you. It goes the other way. Carol Ashley, thank you for being here. It's It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
I'm going to have you lower that mic a little bit. Okay?
Like that?
Great. Yep.
Is that loud enough?
You're great.
Okay.
Thank you. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you very much. When one thinks of defending freedom, it's usually in a military context. But freedom is also defended by our Constitution and the laws that uphold it. You, as members of Congress, play a vital role in preserving America's freedom. Your legislative decisions and oversight determine the level of protection we have from both external and internal threats. My name is Carol Ashley. I appreciate having the opportunity to appear before this subcommittee, and I especially wish to thank Congressman Shays and Congresswoman Maloney for their dedication to working on our national security. And I appreciate also the other members of the subcommittee who participated in this hearing. National security became a priority for me on September 11th when my 25-year-old daughter Janice died on the 93rd floor of Tower 1, murdered by terrorists. Since that terrible morning, the government's investigative agencies have been rigorous in attempting to thwart terrorism, and I strongly support their efforts. But I also believe that the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution must not be abridged in the name of security. The challenge is to maintain a balance between security and protecting our constitutional rights. That balance can be successfully achieved if these conditions are met. First, the data collected is dispersed. The data is collected, dispersed, and discarded according to civilian and military law. And if our intelligence agencies need more than 72 hours to apply for a warrant, as required by the 1978 FISA law, then it is Congress's responsibility to adjust the time frame or to write new laws to ensure that there are legal justifications for abrogating citizens' rights. The second condition would be that there is rigorous, systematic oversight to ensure compliance and integrity of mission. Oversight is needed by 3 agencies: a strong, independent Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, by Congress, and by the FISA Court. We have seen many controversial programs as the government attempts to prevent further terrorism. That includes TIPS, TIA, the JetBlue data mining project, warrantless spying, AT&T's secret room for tracking internet traffic. These things involved, among others, Social Security numbers, income, family members, vehicles, credit card information, and others being merged without people's consent. When warrantless spying was first revealed, America was told that it was only overseas calls that were being monitored, but we've learned now that millions of domestic call records have been acquired, although they say they're not being monitored. And reportedly, anti-war and environmental activists have also been under surveillance by the Pentagon and the FBI. The men and women in our law enforcement and security network who are working so hard to protect this nation from terrorists should not be put in a position where they are asked to violate the constitutionally protected rights of Americans. The danger of these warrantless programs is the potential for abuse. America needs a mechanism answerable to Congress for assessing sensitive programs that involve surveillance of Americans. Such a mechanism is the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, with the power and independence envisioned by the 9/11 Commission. And here I would like to comment on the previous testimony. First, I want to stress that this board should be required to report back to Congress regularly. Second, its meeting with detailees, inspector generals, and other privacy officers should be on a regular basis, and it should be formally required. Third, the Attorney General's ability to control the investigations of this oversight board does not define an independent agency. And fourth, this Civil Liberties Board does need subpoena power, but it worries me that the board believes that it does not, that the executive branch does not subpoena itself, so I'm not even sure they would use the subpoena power if they had it. In 2004, Congress failed. they need to correct the situation with the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. As a result of the failure, America now has government entities which are able to block legitimate inquiry and over which there is no independent oversight. There must be accountability for the legality and efficacy of the work being done. To aid in accountability, Congress is urged to strengthen whistleblower protection for government workers, including those in the intelligence network, especially in light of the recent Supreme Court decision denying government whistleblowers at work First Amendment protection. That means less government accountability. Unfortunately, congressional oversight is strong because the top line of the intelligence budget has not been declassified. I strongly urge Congress to take steps to declassify the top line so that Congress can then reorganize itself so that it will have the jurisdiction over appropriations to control what is happening in our intelligence agencies. The Patriot Act expanded the powers and surveillance options of the government and also reduced constraints, which leads to the potential for abuse. Congress tried to correct that by amending the Patriot Act when it was reauthorized, adding oversight provisions, which was a good thing. However, in a signing agreement, the President indicated that he is not obligated to obey that requirement. How can the President's signing agreement, which overrides a law established by the legislative branch, be reconciled with the balance of power envisioned by our founding fathers? To safeguard our rights and prevent any one branch of government from exerting excessive power, Congress is urged to quickly and aggressively regain its authority in the balance of power. Secrecy is integral to programs that gather actionable intelligence, but secrecy can be a tool to shield clandestine programs from inquiry and oversight. Denial of security clearance stopped an internal Justice Department probe into the DOJ's approval of the NSA warrantless wiretapping program, and further, a former intelligence officer who had been with the NSA was advised that he could testify, he could appear before Congress, but he should not testify about SAP programs because neither the staff nor the members of Congress whom he would appear before have the necessary security clearance. If no one except the NSA, or the DIA can be read in giving clearance to investigate the surveillance programs, how can there ever be rigorous, independent oversight of programs that spy on Americans? Secret domestic surveillance without legal boundaries, oversight, or accountability is dangerous to a free society. No government agency or entity should have unfettered power to stop a legitimate, independent investigation into the legality of its work. In the fight against terrorism, Americans must guard against incremental surrender of the freedoms which set us apart from repressive cultures. To protect our rights, surveillance inside our borders must be monitored to ensure compliance with the law. We depend on Congress to validate the legality, the mission, and the integrity of our domestic surveillance programs. With your guidance, America can fulfill its national security obligations and simultaneously preserve the rights and freedoms that distinguish America. Thank you.
Carol Ashley, thank you very much. We'll now go to Abe Scott. Mr. Scott, thank you for being here. This is not the first time that you've testified.
This is the first time.
This is the first time.
Yes,
well, it's long overdue. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, just want to say that while I want to verify that we do have 3 days to correct the record, I don't have, and that's a question, I don't have the statute as you on the committee have in terms of having a speechwriter. I've made some mistake in my in my testimony, written testimony, as well as I'm half blind and I can't hear the one ears, but the fight goes on.
Mr. Scott, I have heard you speak, and you are a very articulate man, and I don't think you need to worry for a second about your testimony. It's very articulate, and it makes extraordinary points to this Congress. So you should be very proud of your contribution, and we are very grateful for your contribution. But welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Congressman Shea, Congresswoman Maloney. I feel deeply honored and proud that you invited me here this afternoon to testify before the House Subcommittee on National Security, Emerging Threat, and International Relations as a result of the loss of my loving wife, Janice Marie Scott, of 24 years in the Pentagon on the morning of September 11, 2001. It truly saddened me, saddened my heart that this invitation had to be done under such grievous circumstance and not on a more positive and happier one. Nevertheless, I did not hesitate to accept your invitation because I was able, through the divine intervention, to maintain some glimpse of hope, whereby enabling me to go on with my life in spite of the trials and tribulation. I eventually made a solemn commitment to my wife and 2 daughters after the tragic event that I would reaffirm my faith in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, keep the memory alive of those 2,971 beautiful individuals who were murdered at all 3 sites, especially my wife and those other beautiful individuals that were murdered in the Pentagon and on board American Airlines Flight 77. And I would like to interject that there were a total of 125 in the Pentagon and 59 on board Flight 77 for a total of 184. And finally, to actively involve myself with this magnificent government body called Congress to assure the right measures or steps are enacted into law to minimize the chance of a similar atrocity from ever occurring again within the borders of these United States. I have selfishly been accomplishing the latter by being in attendance of many of those hearings facilitated by the 9/11 Commission, by participating in the congressional process which eventually led to the passage of the Intelligence Reform and Terrorist Prevention Act by Congress, and more recently by attending the 9/11 trial of Mr. Zachariah Massari. As I begin my testimony, I must first give thanks, as always, to the Almighty for allowing me this opportunity to sit in front of you this afternoon. And secondly, I pray that no one in this room or those who are viewing or might view this session in the future does not misconstrue or misinterpret this testimony of mine as an attempt on my part to make a political statement such as the one made by Mr. Massari at the end of his trial, for that is not my intention. One thing that was most pleasing and gratifying to me during my past 9/11 life was having the opportunity to be present at the conference last year, or over a year, where the 9/11 Commission gave the final report on their 41 recommendation. As you know, this report included assignment of alpha grade as a measurement tool for evaluating the implementation status of the 41 recommendations. I was quite shocked, surprised, and appalled to see that the most important recommendation to me had received such low grades. The title of this recommendation is Civil Liberties and Executive Powers. Even though I do believe these grades were fair and just one, I consider them to be totally unacceptable because I unquestionably believe that those failures which generated this recommendation were the ultimate reason for the cause of those unjust tragic events on the morning of September 11, 2001. Additionally, I consider the low grade given in respect to the Privacy and Civil Liberty Oversight Board as being a disgrace and totally a slap in the face for the hard work which was done by the 9/11 Commission. Based upon the low grades and the importance of this recommendation, it is of my opinion that the Bush administration should have the Privacy and Civil Liberty Oversight Board high on its priority list in terms of bringing this organization fully functional as quickly as possible and providing it with the necessary power and support as well as personal and funding resources to allow it to effectively accomplish the assigned mission. On the other hand, I do believe achieving this end result would be a meaningless effort without the support of Congress to expedite the deliberation and approval process so that the necessary action can be taken on implementing the other 9/11 Commission recommendation.
Mr. Scott, I want you to slow down just a speck, so don't feel you have to rush. You have as much time as you want, and this is very important testimony that you're sharing with us.
Thank you.
So you have a perspective that only you have, and we need to hear that perspective. So take your time.
Okay. Thank you. I have not yet heard or read that such step will be completed anytime soon in the near future. I arrive at this conclusion due to several reasons. First, I sense that there is no urgency on the part of Congress to expeditiously arrive upon a mutually agreed upon plan to secure our borders, secure our support, and to gain as well as maintain accountability of non-citizens who are already in and are entering this country. These issues are near and dear to my heart, of which I think need to be acted upon sooner rather than later. I'm first to admit that one thing this tragic event did to me was change my mindset on the political process of this country. For example, my pre-9/11 strategy for voting was to vote strictly Democrat at all levels of government. I have since changed this mindset by making absolutely sure my vote is given regardless of party affiliation to the man or woman that I feel will not hesitate to make those tough decisions for the good of this country and the people and not worry about the impact those decisions will have on his or her re-election, her re-election campaign. Secondly, I know that our congressmen and women are being asked to tackle a number of very sensitive issues in reference to the implementation of these recommendations. I know this will not be an easy road for you as this country's lawmaker to navigate, but you and only you must take this journey and be prepared to compromise and make small as well as big sacrifice in order to reach bipartisan decision on these recommendations. You must be prepared to do so with a clear heart and mind, even if the decision might not be in yours and or the interests of some of your constituents, but will benefit the efforts of restoring the faith of the American public as well as in the value of our civil liberty. This too is the least you can do to pay the dividends excuse me, on the return on our loved ones investing their lives on the morning of September 11th, 2001 for the preservation of this great nation. You, as a public leader and lawmakers, must take heed and set aside your indifferences and political agendas and start making decisions based upon what I hope is placed in your heart by the Supreme Being to do the right thing for the good of the people, who have continued and continue to give their all in all for the freedom of this great nation. For I can assure you that this enemy called terrorism is not going to patiently wait around for you to try and resolve the various stalemates in Congress before striking again. You must remember that we are dealing with a very unique enemy. We are dealing with a mentally unstable, extreme fundamentalists of different nationality who have declared a holy war to just kill Americans at all costs for no just justifiable reason. While some have compared the attacks by those terrorists on September 11, 2001 to the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese, we must always remind ourselves that we are not engaged in a conflict with a sovereign nation like Japan and the other axis of evil country during World War II. This can't be defined as guerrilla-type warfare. I can only characterize this as being engaged in the hear no evil, see no evil type of warfare. Another comparison is that this nation had the utmost and undivided support of its government, people, and resources through the entire period of World War II that eventually brought about the demise of this powerful enemy comprising primarily of Germany, Italy, and Japan. The events of 9/11 also brought about a heightening of patriotism as it was clearly visible by the number of dwellings done with the American flag throughout this country. On the other hand, this nation, from a personal viewpoint, is becoming, with the passage of time, more and more complacent, less patriotic, unfocused, and not as united as it was right after the occurrence of the tragic event on the morning of September 11. Finally, I honestly don't think a great many people in this country have no idea what civil liberty means. The dictionary defined it as a state of being subject only to the law for the good of the community and individual rights protected by the law and unjust government or other interference. Let's not forget, for you and only you alone as a lawmaking body has the earthly power in your heart, minds and hands to ensure the people's civil liberty of this great nation. So as I come to the conclusion of my testimony, I would like to reflect, with your permission, back upon when I was a young African-American male growing up in a small rural southern community and being educated in the segregated school system of Beaufort County, South Carolina. We would recite the Pledge of Allegiance and then sing the song, My Country 'Tis of Thee, at the beginning of each class every morning. As we sang the lyric, My Country 'Tis of Thee, Sweet Land of Liberty, to this song, I can vividly remember that this song would always instill in me a sense of comfort and security. The event of 9/11 had adversely affected my views in regard to the lyric of this song. I'm asking you your help with reversing this negative effect upon me in regards to this song, restoring confidence to the American people in their civil liberty. Last but not least, reassuring the family members that their loved one did not die in vain. I thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you on the House Subcommittee on National Security, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Abraham Scott, may God bless you. At times like this, hearing just from our first three folks in this panel, I just consider it a privilege to hear what you have to say, and I just can't tell you how grateful I am that you all are here.
And in conclusion, you will get a copy of this book. I will give it to your staff, as well as Congresswoman Maloney will be getting a copy.
Why don't you tell us what that book is?
This book contains the bio and picture of all 184 victims that perished at the Pentagon on 9/11. The 125 individual in the Pentagon and 59 on Flight 77. This book was authored by the Pentagon. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Goodrich, thank you so much for being here. You're kind of the closer, and then we're going to take some questions, and we'll have, I think, a good dialogue among us. So thank you so much for being here, Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me. You, Mr. Shays, and Ms. Maloney have been great supporters of the families over the past nearly 5 years. I'm going to go way back in time in the beginnings of my remarks to some language of John Adams. And when I say way back in time, I'm going back to 1765. It was then that he said, "Be it remembered that liberty must at all hazards be supported. We have a right to it, derived from our Maker. But if we have not, our fathers have earned and bought it for us at the expense of their ease, their estate, their pleasure, and their blood. And liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people, who have a right from the frame of their nature to knowledge, as their great Creator, who does nothing in vain, has given them understanding and desire to know. But besides this, they have a right, an indisputable, unalienable, indefeasible, divine right, to the most dreaded and envied kind of knowledge. I mean, of the character and conduct of their rulers." 150 years or so later, George Russell, who was a distinguished literary man in Ireland in the early part of the First World War, wrote, "We," meaning the Irish people, "have to discover what is fundamental in the Irish character, the affections, leanings, tendencies towards one or more of the eternal principles which have governed and inspired all great human effort, all great civilizations from the dawn of history." In the past 3 years or so, after the initial outpouring of understanding, cross-communication, and commitment following September 11th, I've come to wonder about what we understand as the fundamental character of our American society. The first 3 articles of our Constitution talk in terms of the 3 branches of government. And in Marbury versus Madison, we established the notion that our Supreme Court would resolve, essentially, constitutional questions and issues of federal law. In addition to those 3 branches of government, the First Amendment gave the press strong powers to report on what happens in this country. And in the past 3 years, it's been my perception, and I'm just one guy coming from a little town in southwest Vermont, that balance of powers is in grave danger. The observations of the members of your committee about the disclosures in the New York Times are very troubling. I look to you to know those things. I don't want to wait for the New York Times to tell me those things. And if you can't get that information, and the judiciary has no role to play, as it appears it does not, we as citizens have no access to the kind of knowledge that allows us to make good decisions about how we vote and what we say and what we advocate for. The Civil Liberties Oversight Board, about which we heard testimony today, is in my mind an undersight board. It would be like my giving my business manager the task of determining what clients I take in my law practice and which ones I don't take and how much I charge. In the end, I'm going to tell her what I'm going to do. And if she doesn't like it, that's too bad for her. So there's a semantical problem, a problem of semantics in the notion of an oversight board if it isn't oversight at all. And I don't see that it is. These issues are of great importance, not just from a historical perspective for me. My wife and I recently came back from Afghanistan and observed the struggle of that nation to build institutions, police, judicial, commercial, the whole panoply of institutions that make a stable society. And I'm very troubled, as was observed during these hearings, about the notion that the commitment to Afghanistan is soft and eroding. If that takes place, we're going to have another area of this globe that is susceptible to the breeding of more terrorists. I attended a conference in Edinburgh, Scotland recently on terrorism, and a mathematician, Gordon Wu, who works for Risk Management Solutions, I believe is the name of the firm, is trying to use game theory to evaluate the risk of terrorists. And in his presentation, he used this illustration. The illustration shows 10,000 condoning terrorism. And above that are three groups of people that were identified by Abdullah Azzam in the 1980s. The highest group, the red, being the cream of the cream of the cream, and those are the ones who will give their lives for the jihad. The next group are an even smaller group, and they're the ones who flee the world of the civil life that we know and become warriors. And the third group, which consists of thousands, want an Islamic State. But what's important to me is the large group at the bottom of the pyramid. They're the ones who condone terrorism. They're the supporters of terrorism. The two most difficult images for me following September 11th were watching my son's plane fly into the South Tower. The second most difficult was watching the cheering crowds across the globe as news of September 11th spread. It's those cheering crowds that we need to address. And we need to convince them that terrorism has no place in a civilized world. And we will not convince them of that if we have abandoned the essential character of our country. If we live in a country where there is such secrecy that the people on this panel, the people on the Oversight Board created by the legislation that we advocated for, cannot get information about what their government is doing, it reminds me a little bit of Osama bin Laden in the secrecy with which he conducts his operations. And I'm going to finish with a quote, one of my favorites, from George Russell. He said that it is eternally true that we are condemned to be as that we condemned. We all condemn terrorism, and we all condemn the secrecy and the tactics of violence towards civilians that occurred on September 11th. What we must be cautious about is that we do not acquire the characteristics of our enemy. And it's my belief that unless we have civil liberties oversight here in this country that demonstrates to the world that we do control the liberties we cherish, that the world will not believe us when we try to advocate for the democracy that we seek in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Goodrich. I think your poetic way of starting off and ending was a nice way to end the testimony part of this panel. I'm going to give Ms. Maloney the gavel for a second as well as the question while I'm just gone for a few minutes, and she'll start us off, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank all of you, not only for your really stirring testimony today, but for being such effective advocates for change. I truly do believe that the 9/11 Commission would not have been created without your support, that the funding and extension of time that they requested in their subpoena powers would not have been given without your support. And I truly believe that the passage, I know firsthand, that the passage of the Intelligence Reform Act would not have happened without your constant vigilance and your constant work here in Congress and across the nation to garner and build support. And I'm very, very proud to have had the opportunity to be part of your effort and to have worked with you. And I know that you will be with like-minded members of Congress, those of us that are part of the 9/11 Commission caucus, that you will be part of our efforts to pass the remaining recommendations. I'd just like to say that some in Congress believe that our work is done, that we had really completed a major goal with the passage of the Intelligence Reform Act, and I'd just like to hear from you, in your opinion, what is the best argument to rebuff that claim? And are you surprised, I'd just like to know, are you surprised that here it has been 5 years since 9/11 and 2 years since the release of the 9/11 Commission report? And are you still surprised that we have so much more to do with the Oversight and Civil Liberties Board and other areas, the radios, and very importantly, the nuclear proliferation, that we haven't captured the ingredients that could be made into bombs that could kill and hurt other Americans? And I'd like to hear your comments on it. Are you surprised that we have still so much more to do?
Well, I think at every juncture, I know when the commission was established, I thought, well, our job is gone. You know, now the commission will be created and get up and going. And so here we are at another juncture. I guess my comment would be that there was such, I think it was so important, this commission. I had such high hopes for them to be different than other commissions, because typically commissions are established, they do their work, make their recommendations, and they dissolve. This commission stuck with it another year and putting the public policy, the PDP together. And I think that was very valuable to have that continued time to watch over things. I am shocked, to see the report card 6 months ago and then to hear them say again today that not much has changed over the last 6 months. I recognize the challenge because it's sweeping government reforms, but I do think that there is a reluctance, as I mentioned. I think there are people that, are focused on other things. I think there are people with other agendas, turf battles and so forth, that are the roadblocks that we face today. I think that you're proposing this additional legislation might be a vehicle to educate the general public and the media, of where we stand today. And certainly, we're going to need the general public involved in this process. Myself personally, I think that there is going to be another attack. I just think it's a matter of time. And there have been some measures that have improved, yet I think we've been lucky. And so I feel that we really have to focus, too, on preparedness, to prepare the general public, who are the real first responders. They're on the plane, in the building, on the train, and to educate them about preparing in their homes or communities. I think locally, they're light years away from where we are on the federal level. I know in Connecticut, they took it upon themselves to raise their own money, to make their own command center, to reach out to 14 surrounding communities. They weren't part of the Top Offs program, and they weren't part of, because we're in Fairfield County, part of the state activities. So my sense is that people are mobilizing themselves, and the NYPD is another good example of that. They feel they can't rely on the federal government. And there's I think some value in that. So I do think we have a long way to go, though.
Much of the testimony today focused on the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, and I'd like to ask the panelists, were you surprised at the difficulties that we faced in getting answers from the board? And were you surprised that on their report to Congress on what they're investigating and what they've accomplished so far and their interpretation of their responsibilities and powers? And I'd like to ask, go to Mrs. Ashley, Mr. Scott, Mr. Goodrich. Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I could say I was surprised because I don't believe the board is independent with the number. It's a disproportionate number of Republicans on the committee. The fact that the Attorney General can control whatever it is they investigate. I don't know. I think that much more needs to be done to strengthen this board and to turn it around to protect our liberties. I would like to respond just briefly to the first question you asked. I am appalled that we are in the position we're in right now, that changes have not been made. I think in part it's because there are other factors coming in here. We have political issues, turf protection, we have special interest groups, lobbyists, and yet there are 3,000 dead, and we have the recommendations to make us safe, and Congress and the President have not responded in the way that they should have. There's a complacency that's set in because we have not had another attack, and it's up to Congress and the press, and I suppose still the family members, to keep this in the public eye because we are not safe, our ports are not safe, our cargo is not safe. We have the nuclear threat really out there because it's accessible to terrorists, easily accessible to terrorists, and we're not taking the initiative that we need to do to combat that problem. So I just don't think the American public is as aware as they need to be, and the goal would be to try to enlighten them.
Well, your testimony has, I'm sure, made many more people aware. Mr. Scott, would you like to comment?
I can sum that up in 3 words: appall, surprise, and unfocus. Appall for what hasn't happened to make this country safe, unfocused. It is my opinion that we will not get anything done until we get a leadership in this country that is willing to support what we're doing. I'm not saying it can be Republican or Democratic, just as long as we get somebody in there that can get the job done. Surprise, yes, I was surprised this afternoon to hear what's going on in reference to the board. I think that the administration is holding them hostage. They're on the White House grung, I guess, and they can dictate what they do. As long as they're on that compound, you have no control over that board. So something needs to be done.
Thank you for your insights, Mr. Goodrich.
I'm not the least bit surprised at the comments that you received today, as Mr. Van Hollen wasn't here for my remarks, but if somebody were asking my business manager those questions, she'd be just as circumspect as they were. I'm not the least bit surprised. It's not going to work. I think that it's palliative at best. In fact, I think it's worse than that, because I think it creates the illusion that there is an oversight that does not exist, and it therefore degrades, not enhances, the opportunities for civil liberties preservation in our country. With respect to the bigger question of the recommendations, the broader recommendations of the 9/11 Commission that have not been adequately addressed and their mission fulfilled, you have an awful lot on your plate here in Washington. There are an awful lot of things going on. For us, the most important things are the loved ones we lost. And I'm sure that the others agree with me that it's a terrible challenge for me to try to do justice to what my son would want me to do. But I cannot not do it. I have to be here, just as these others have to be here. And yet we're only 4. And the public is not going to wake up to this unless the people who control the agenda here in Washington, that's not us. It was us for months, and even once the 9/11 Commission came out, it was us. We'll never control the agenda in Washington again. And so it's going to be another group of victims that are going to be sitting in these chairs controlling the agenda, I hope later rather than sooner, unless you do. And I'm not criticizing you, I'm applauding you. But by you, I mean the people here in Washington. We talk about a war on terrorism, which I think is, as I said earlier, a tautology. It's a meaningless, amorphous and wastebasket term that provides a guise for all kinds of behaviors that have nothing to do with capturing and killing terrorists. We need to repudiate terrorism. We need to marginalize it. We need to demonstrate that it has no place in a civilized world, and we do that by our behaviors. We do that by the way we treat our own citizens and the way we treat citizens around the world. We do it by the way we spend our enormous resources in this country for attacking the poverty, the loss of hope, the absence of institutional infrastructures in failed states, in third world countries. Those are where we need, that's the agenda, so far as I'm concerned, that needs to be in the forefront. And it's not. But I can't change that, and I don't know who can.
I want to thank all of you for your commitment and your moving testimony and being here today.
Carolyn, I wonder if I could make a couple more comments. After hearing the panel on the Civil Liberties Board, I've found myself much more skeptical. I think they see themselves as an advisory board, not an oversight board, and given the personalities involved, there is no way that they're looking for advice. So I guess, I just, I don't even know how to address it. Do you address it through legislation? Because I know just our personal experience, people don't want advice. They want to do what they want to do. And so, I think they see their role much differently that certainly was intended. So that would be my comment on the board. And I guess to Don's point about, there's going to be other victims sitting here. I feel so strongly that it's going to be a major attack next time. And it is going to be 500,000 people, not 3,000 people. And I know in conversations with Congressman Shays, he was concerned about these things before 9/11, and no one was listening. And, and so I think people escaped here in Washington accountability because it's a bureaucracy. And I know our first experience in going to offices, they had a narrow view of the world. It was who their constituents are and what committee they sat on. And so it wasn't them, and we were pointed in a million different directions. But my sense is the next time that people are going to be held accountable here in Washington for not doing the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your warning, really. Always, it's an inspiration to me. Every time I hear you speak and I'm around you, I'm always more dedicated to working harder on passing these reforms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me, again, thank all of you for being here. What I would like to do, it may seem a little redundant, but I want to ask the question this way. What was the most surprising, you have some choice here. What was the most surprising thing you heard from the first panel or second panel? What was the statements that were made in either the first or second panel that made you feel the most emotional or you reacted to? I just want a sense of really your view of the first two panels. You've answered it to some degree, so you can just briefly touch on it without giving a lot of detail. But if there's something else, I'll give you an example. Ms. Ashley, I found myself thinking, well, we gave this, I'm talking about the second panel, we established a commission without a lot of clout. And so they were being realistic and basically saying that it needed to be a cooperative model. It became almost clear to me how they could function. I'm not saying function well, but they viewed themselves more as an advisory. But I thought, well, that's logical given how we've done it, given how they were appointed, given that their term is dependent on the person making the appointment. And I could imagine in my own mind that with that attitude, there would probably be some in the White House who would say, this is great to have you here, and we'll seek out your advice and listen to it. But in the end, when it comes to the big issues, I thought they're not going to get to first base.
Right.
But so that was my reaction. And so, but tell me, what struck you the most positive and the most negative? You can describe it in those terms, but something striking about these comments. And I'll start with you, Mr. Goodrich, and we'll go. No, I'll start with you, Ms. Ashley.
Okay. You can
I'll start with you.
I was, to tell you the truth, I envisioned the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board as differently than it was portrayed today.
Right.
I believed that they would have more power. I was surprised of their view of their mission, where they were an advisory board. I was a little concerned that they didn't really have an answer when it was asked what they would do if someone refused to give them the information that they needed, where they said, well, if they refuse, then it's like they have a right to because the DNI can refuse or the Attorney General can refuse. But this, to me, is not oversight then if somebody can refuse to give information that they're looking for because there's been a complaint. And also, I was just wondering, I don't understand how the Civil Liberties Oversight Board would work. Are they just going to respond to complaints, or are they actually going to just have an overview? When I read the Commission's charge, what they wanted the board to do, it was to look across the government to see that our rights were being protected. And I had more of a global view of what their mission might be.
You mean afterwards or before?
before any complaints are made, just for them to take a look.
No, I want to understand. You said you had a global view.
When I read the Commission's statement on the board that would, in the report, they talk about a board that's established within the executive branch to oversee the government. And my interpretation was that it would be like a global overview of what our government was doing, especially in terms of the clandestine surveillance areas. So I was very surprised that their focus really wasn't global. It was more like in response to complaints, and maybe that's the way it was intended. I just interpreted it differently.
Let me go to you, Ms. Goodrich, then Mrs. Patchett, and then you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Goodrich?
I wasn't surprised at all. My emotional response was disappointment. My lack of surprise, I think I've already articulated. I think
you have.
It's just obvious that they're not in a position to force outcomes. And if there's no one there to force an outcome or make a clear disclosure that they failed to force the outcome, so that the press then, and you and the press and the public generally, is aware that there was an effort to force an outcome that was thwarted, nothing will come of it.
Mrs. Patchett?
I think I spoke about it already as with regard to the board. I was surprised, I have to say, to hear the commissioners say that we haven't gotten much further than 6 months ago, because I was hoping that we would have progressed a bit.
Well, you mentioned the commissioners. I will tell you what I was surprised at. I was surprised that they were as comfortable with the commission and appeared to be so supportive of what the commission has done to date. That did surprise me.
You mean with regard to the board?
The
Civil Liberties Board?
Both the chairman and vice chairman of the 9/11 Commission, I think, spoke rather favorably of the outreach of the committee. I mean, they were really magnifying the good and not coming to the same conclusions we came.
They didn't hear their testimony.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
I think they'd have a different opinion. I think they'd agree with Mr. Scott that it's an undersight board at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else before I go to Mr. Scott? Yeah, Mr. Scott.
From a positive aspect, I felt like they were making great progress in terms of bringing the board in terms of getting it staffed. They didn't mention, at least I didn't hear about funding, but apparently they're being funded, and they're moving, not fast but slowly. On the other hand, I was shocked to hear them talk about, well, not talking about nothing, because in my opinion, they don't have any power, none whatsoever. Yeah. It's just like, to me, that's just like having what comes on the news, pork barrel. You're just throwing funding at a non-essential entity.
Yeah. I was just responding to you, and then I'll go to Mr. Van Hollen. I was prepared to argue with the Commission that I expected them to claim they had the authority to be aggressive and so on. So I was then prepared to ask them, well, to show me where. And they took, I thought, a more realistic tack. They basically said it's going to be through, persuasion and cooperation and so on. So it was, I was just surprised they went in that direction, but it's a more realistic one in that sense. But obviously disappointing to hear them, in my judgment, acknowledge what I think is quite evident. So the one thing they got from me was I thought they were being very upfront and very honest with us, but naive.
The other thing I was surprised was that the person in charge of the board didn't come to this to the hearing.
We had the chairman and the vice chairman. What we didn't have was the executive director.
Right.
Yeah, and I testifying. So I think we had the two people that we should have had there. Mr. Van Hollen, thank you for coming back. I knew you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rejoin you, and thank you all for your testimony. I have had the opportunity to review some of the written testimony, and I'm struck by the fact that all of you who really lost more than anybody else on 9/11, you and the other families who had loved ones who were killed, understand that in addition to wanting to prevent future 9/11s, we want to do so in a way that preserves what makes this country special. And that an important part of that is accountability, like holding your government accountable both for providing adequate protection and also for preventing unwarranted intrusions on civil liberty. And the 9/11 Commission was part of holding this government accountable. And I'm struck in remembering that if it hadn't been for the 9/11 families, we wouldn't have had a 9/11 Commission. We wouldn't have had the report. We wouldn't have had the subsequent report cards. We wouldn't be here today talking about progress under the 9/11 Commission report and fulfilling those recommendations. And that accountability is essential. And a part of that accountability was, of course, creating the Civil Liberties Board. And as I listened to your testimony, read your testimony here, we're struck by the fact the reason that 9/11 Commission was successful was they were given that degree of independence and that ability to issue subpoenas. And Mr. Goodrich, I was struck by your comment just a few minutes ago by the fact that in some ways, if you create a commission and a board that is not equipped to do its job, you do provide us all with a sort of false sense of security, that someone is there minding the store and protecting our civil liberties, when if they don't have the power to do it, and we think they're all out there doing it, that is probably the worst of all worlds. You said we might as well get rid of them. Well, we should really strengthen their powers. But and I think you agree with that. But if we don't, you're right. I do think that we're creating a situation of false sense of security. But I just wanted to thank all of you for being here today. And I think the other point you raised, Mr. Goodrich, as well as others, that there is a danger as time goes on that people begin to forget the lessons and not pay attention to the recommendations of the 9/11 Commission. After all, they've now issued their final report card. Was pleased to have them back here today. It's great that the chairman called this hearing, but we are going to continue, I hope, to rely on you as well as Congress, which has not, for the most part, done its job, to start doing a much better job of that oversight, because that is a critical piece of this effort. So I thank you for your comments and your testimony and all that you've done, and for the sacrifices that you've all made for our country.
Thank you, and I also look forward to working with you in the future.
Let me just say on behalf of the full committee, is there well, first let me ask, is there anything that we need to put on the record that hasn't been discussed that you would feel badly if you left not having on the record? Is there any last point? Yes, Mr. Goodrich.
Actually, there is, and I won't spend any time on this except to say that I've been very much involved in terrorism risk insurance, and I have the firm conviction that without a risk transfer mechanism, namely insurance, to provide a vehicle for remedies for those who suffer harm in a terrorist event, two things happen. Those who suffer the harm have no effective remedy, or the remedy comes ad hoc after the fact, which I think is a poor policy for running our affairs. And the more important part of it is that with the risk transfer mechanism of insurance...
You know what? You're speaking a little in tongues. I understand a good deal of what you're saying, being on financial
Let me
services.
just try and fill it out a little bit for you then.
Don't be as poetic. Just get to the point here.
All right. The point is that if you pay premiums based upon risk and vulnerability for insurance to protect your property and protect you against liability, you're going to want to reduce those premiums. And by reducing those premiums, you do risk avoidance activities. So there's a terrific benefit on a very broad basis across our entire commercial sector in having an insurance vehicle that is required for terrorist acts, that is rated according to the magnitude of the risk and the nature of the vulnerability, and people will then take steps to reduce the risk, to reduce their premiums.
Thank you. Well said. Mr. Scott, would you like to make any closing comment?
Yes, one comment, and that is I have been approached on a number of occasions, said that I've seen you on TV on a number of occasions, you're a celebrity. It's not about me, as I'm sure I can speak for all others. It's about them, our loved one. And I want to make sure that it goes in the record, not Abraham Scott, but the husband of Janice Marie Scott.
Thank you. Mrs. Ashley.
I have one other issue, which I just wanted to make a comment on. In the final report of the PDP, they talked about the critical infrastructure risks and vulnerability assessment, and this is something that I believe is very important, that they say that a draft infrastructure protection plan was issued in November 2005, but that no vulnerability assessments have actually been made. This is very important that we get on this and make sure that we have our critical infrastructure assessed and protected.
Thank you.
My last comment is to just encourage you to do, this great work, to hold hearings, to educate the general public, to provide oversight, and to talk about it during the elections, because, the safety and security of our country really has to be a priority.
Thank you. I close this hearing in the memory of Brad, Janice, and Janice Marie, and Peter. Thank you, all four of you, for being here.
You just do so great. You were the best. You're the best. You were just great. Oh.
Love.